age. Ah, it's not centered anymore. Results received at that time. Loving it. Time is no longer centered though. Oh, it's probably a display block. There we go. I need to display this thing as a block because apparently time elements are displayed inline. Display block. Boom. And now you can do the hover and get the actual date if you really care about it. Would be really cool if I made this clickable and it swapped between them, but I already added too much polish to one little feature. So let's see. Add results age 2. What do you call this? Add results age. Yeah, that's literally what it was. Looking at the code. Beautiful. Beautiful. I wonder if there's a way. Client side MongoDB. That's kind of what I want. That would be cool. It's a little late for me to look at this feature, but, you know, I'm already here. You don't want to do that. Okay, so, what if I did want to do that? Okay, looks like I can't do that. That's okay. Okay, so this is happening. What are these? This is remove.env, right? There we go. Remove.env. Now the only thing missing here is the exact same thing Maya and Wolf didn't complete, which I'm not going to complete either, at least not now. The ability to bulk insert a bunch of stuff. Well, technically. How difficult would it be to me to do this? So I want to see if it already works, honestly. So if I create an array of A, B, and I just create another object in this array, I mean, Mongo's either going to yell at me or it's going to work. B, C, and yeah, credentials correct, click create. Oh, also, I'm using insert 1. All I gotta do is change this to insert many and it should magically work. Okay, so this is like stuck in a loop, which should not be happening. Why are you not reporting errors? BSON fail, expected object. I understand you expect stuff, but you should tell me when things go bad. Oh, it's this line that's going bad. And that's not telling me. CSV to MongoDB. Oh. That might be an approach. I'm thinking my JSON editor should be able to do the thing. Oh, I see what you mean, Jim, for like bulk importing and stuff. Yeah. I'm thinking more the lines of, because like what I've seen other people like essentially doing it, they have like all their objects and they just want to like paste it in a thing, because they have an array of objects, or they have a bunch of objects with keyed and all that. They like to paste it. They don't necessarily have a CSV, though I do see like this is very much the database way to do it, because I have done that with SQL databases before. So yeah, feature that might be cool as a feature, as a drag and droppable like another little section or a thing, like a tab here of like bulk upload or drag and drop thing, where I can receive that and then shove that off to the back end. Definitely a cool idea. Something's, what's wrong here? Yeah, it's just I'm going for like what I've seen people basically struggling with. Not necessarily having CSVs and not being able to upload it, but having a bunch of JSON objects and wanting to do this. So I think with my post, the way I do this is I figure out if it's an array. So if I've been given an array, then I will insert many. Otherwise, I insert one. Is collection smart? Can it be like insert many or one? It's not smart. That's okay. What's this depreciated method? Oh, hold on, I'm trying to read bulk write. What's bulk write? Performs a bulk write without a fluent API. Insert one, update. Okay, this is like a raw API. Not looking to do that. Okay, so basically I want to do this, but it's going to be based on what it is. So, dynamic doohickey thing, array.isArray. Basically, if I got an array of stuff, then I want to insert many. Otherwise, I want to insert one. And yeah, the ugliest code you've ever seen, but watch it work. Okay, let's switch to read. Amazing database. And let's create. Ooh, oh, that looks so good. BEA beautiful. Now for my last trick, first let's commit and push this too while we're here. Not as support for array creation. Yeah, I guess that's what we're calling it. Make a new tab, get push. Get push. Lovely. Okay, I also do need to handle my error handling. To do. Handle API. So I gotta do that too at some point. So this is good. The thing I want to do more of is, so I want to simulate a user. So say I'm a user. Now I will have to have created my thing into like, what do you call it, an array of things. So const my things, and I have some JavaScript, which is what I've seen all the people with. Name my thing one. Wow, thank you. I love you, Copilot. Doing good. Okay, that's okay. I'll do it manually. I didn't want autocomplete anyway. My thing two. This is my second thing. Because this is how I see a lot of people having their data. Now, if they don't have it as an array, I can't really help them. But they've come in here and they have this. So I want to see if you can just be like, ha, right click, copy, paste. Ouch. Okay, so let's see. So this, because it's not JSON, that's why it's not working. So I want to be able to paste JavaScript code that happens to be JSON apparent, and for this editor to automatically figure it out. Like, can we do that? First, I'm going to see if this thing can already do it. Otherwise, I got to hook into all the events and find essentially a paste event. Let's issues and pull requests. It's probably one of those. I mean, I could just search the entire thing for JavaScript. I search this repo. Hopefully, that's the right name. Issues. That's a lot of issues. Store documents, remove dash, parse JavaScript, paste. And again, I don't know if this thing even exists. Okay, yeah, so this ain't a thing I'm looking for. I will be looking for the events on this though. So this is going to be, so half of this is a UI thing, you know? Because we're going to have the ability to copy things out, which you can do already. It's an editor. But the ability to paste things in, so there needs to be two functionalities. One, people need to be able to just do that. That should just work. Both as a control V and a right click paste. Additionally, I will need to expose this as a button that is basically paste or something. Maybe I'll put it in a corner or something. I don't know if I can add custom buttons. If I could, that'd be cool. Otherwise, it'll be a button that opens a prompt that no, it doesn't open a prompt. What is that? Oh, it opens a prompt that you can paste in, which it will then parse for you and shove it in here. If the parse fails, it just shoves it in there. So this is what I want to do. I want to see what events are available. So API probably, and we'll just look for paste. Of course that don't exist. On change text. On. So I think a fair number of event stuff. I guess I just gotta read them, because I'll probably miss it if I don't. Contents changed. Does not pass the changed contents. On change JSON, on change text. What is the difference? So this one's only on user changes. That's what I want. Like I said, both of them are only on user. When the contents, oh, it passes whatever it is. Okay, that's fine. On expand, on editable. So I can create a menu. That might be cool, whatever. Yeah, it's essentially all the functionality I get out of this. So let's hook up to it, you know? This is the data editor, thankfully. So, oh, we can drop that import. Don't know where that came from. Let's find the data editor and just start adding event listeners to it, because I don't know which one I want. Oh, that's an options though, ain't it? Maybe DB schema does not match. The database schema doesn't match. Huh. So I mean, this is working. Like this works. Like this right here, this inserting works. So I think that's good there. Maybe if we do other stuff, it's gonna break, but I don't think I have an issue with the database schema because it's MongoDB. There is technically no schema. We're not using Mongoose for schemas and stuff. There are ways that this thing can like validate based on schema, but I'm not going for that feature. What I'm going for is essentially when someone pastes JavaScript code like this, it's invalid JSON. I want to automatically parse this into JSON. So what I'm needing to do is I'm going to need to listen for when a paste happens or when something happens, and if it's invalid, I need to perform some JSON parsing. So I don't know which event listener to listen to though yet. Oh, all of these are on creation. That's okay, I'll figure that out. So I have my editor right here. Mode code. What is this? That's not how it works. On error, on expand. I guess I'll just do on change. Args. We'll just console log it, see what's in here. Console log this too while we're at it. Just see what's going on. JSON lit, maybe. Maybe maybe this JSON, because I don't think this JSON editor literally supports what we're looking for. Because essentially, when you paste non-JSON, aka JavaScript object, which is what most people will do, it's not JSON, so it's very angry. So what it needs to do is automatically parse on paste, which it's not a new feature. I'm not reinventing the moon here. I'm just detecting a paste and parsing on it and shoving whatever is in there. I don't think this is such a bad approach. So yeah, you're right. I can look. No, that's the validation. Yeah, this is literally what makes the editor. I don't think there's any I see what you're looking for. Like there's a thing that does this for me. but it's literally called JSON parse, you know? So I don't think it exists. And it shouldn't be that hard of a thing to make. I imagine we're just gonna check a change and boom. Now if I can figure out what caused the change, that'd be really awesome, but I'm not expecting that. Hey Draca, yeah, I gotta check if JavaScript is parsed. No, Jim, do not apologize for making a suggestion. Not at all. Yeah, I mean that's how it goes. You know, we brainstorm it all together. No, it wasn't the wrong direction at all. It was a direction. It could have been the right direction. Who knows? It could still be the right direction. Maybe I'm the one who's not seeing it. As for your point, Draca, if they are pasting non-JavaScript stuff, it's going to fail the parse, in which case it'll just shove whatever they were originally pasting. So it's kind of the way it's going to attempt to parse, but if it fails, it fails. So on-change does appear to be what I want. It's emitting a number of events though. So if I do Control V, well, it's emitting one event. It's kind of what I want. Let's look at the API. What's the difference on parse JSON? Passes the change JSON. Inside a string on change text. So both of those are like they figure out what it is. So if I do editors data dot get, it's gonna fail, right? Because it's not JSON. But if I do get text, it's gonna succeed. Okay, I think I just found it. When get fails, attempt to do get text and parsify that. There we go. So it's going to be on every change. Okay, so it's going to be a try. Some kind of weird try. Because this is a synchronous error, right? Uncaught error when the parsing fails. So editors, data, bad code, I know. Get. So if the get is successful, congratulations, you're awesome. Otherwise, we have an error. If we have the error, we're going to try to say, I guess we're going to be another try. Yeah, we're nesting this. So const parse equals json.parse of editors data get text. So close, code pilot. So if this succeeded, again, all these errors, just throwing them around. Ooh, look at that. It knows what I want. You know, we'll just set the thing to the thing. And yeah, if they're entering non-JSON stuff, that's on them at that point. Okay, moment of truth, folks. Let's find me some stuff. Copy. Paste. It was a really good approach, folks. Oh, it's not an array. Yeah. Again, if they paste dumb stuff, it ain't gonna work. Okay, let's see what's going on now. Let's get some console logs in the house. Catch E. So we need some statuses, basically. Got good JSON. Bad initial JSON. Oh wait, you're right. Someone was right. Y'all caught it before I did. You can't just JSON parse something that's not JSON. We need to evaluate this into JSON. So that's one more step. Don't worry, it's not that bad though. So if we just pass it to eval, and again, this is safe. I will know this is safe because it is what the user is entering. If they're pasting code, then it's going to run on their system. It is possible putting breakpoints in Node, Draca, and like I would have. Yeah, like if this was a one more bit more confident, I would have. So I'll show you. This technically isn't in Node. This is in the browser. But yeah, I'll go ahead and show that off. Come over here, copy my thing again. So here it comes, right? Paste. That's awkward. The breakpoint. Okay, let's try this. Oh, I'm putting the breakpoint in the browser or in the VS Code. It's never going to find it. So yeah, if you have your editor all hooked up magically, you can do it in your editor, but if you're like me and you don't, you just open up your browser, go to the debugger tab, click the thing, Then when you do the action, boom, breakpoint on your client-side JavaScript, and we can, instead of console logging, manually step through this one, so we can see it went to the E. Yeah, we can get the whole message too if we want. Good old debugging, very useful, but it does take sometimes slightly more time to set up, open a tab, open a thing, get to a breakpoint than it does to just chuck a console log in. In this case, wow, that worked. Wait, what? Wait, what happened here? Let's finish that out. Finish. Yeah. Yeah, plus I did figure it out kind of somewhere halfway through my debugging. JSON.stringify. So JSON stringify the eval of whatever you pasted. If you paste dumb stuff, that's your browser you're destroying. Okay, refresh. Paste. So close. Okay, we need to break this out a little bit. Const data equals const pasted data. Oh, I'm not supposed to set the stringify, I'm supposed to set the pasted data. There we go. It's just sometimes just stepping through it makes it that much more obvious. I'm so close, but I'm so far. Hey, Jim. Of course, yeah. Thanks for coming on by and hanging out. Follow the suggestions. Again, like I said, this UI not been possible without you. I wouldn't have thought about it. Dropping all the good suggestions, you know. Yeah, always appreciate your company. Thanks for coming on by, and hope you have a good good evening, whatever time zone we're all into. Catch you next time. I know you probably don't, but you should check out Jim. Give him a follow so the numbers go up. Make their numbers go higher. Okay, one more paste. I'm getting real good at this copy and paste stuff now, folks. Boom. Okay, here we go. E is undefined. What? Line 29, E is undefined. What in tarnation does that mean? I mean, that's how catches work. Did I get my pasted data? Line 26, I did. Uh-huh. Okay, so let's see what the actual text was. Yeah, I know, Jim. Yeah, I mean, you sure you probably got something linked on there. Yeah, see if we can check that out. Cool. One more time. Okay, what went wrong? Empty string. There was no text. Aha! So this editor's get text is only useful when there's actually text in the editor. Okay, I see what's going on here. So, that actually setting a breakpoint, this is going to be useful because getting lost in the sauce here. I imagine it's not set until, right? So let's go over to the next line. Okay, here it is. This is what I want. Make this a little bigger. Editors, data, get text. I want to see what this is at this point in time. It's an empty string, not what I pasted. Disappointing. but editor's data get, that is chucking out the failure of parsing. Get end of file. Huh. Interesting. Does this emit multiple events? And I have no args. So if I send that through once. Interesting. Okay, let's not do this anymore. Yep, let's just stop that entirely. It's just console log. What is going on? I'm just pasting random stuff at this point. Yeah, so these args are literally empty. Don't know what. Unchanged text. Maybe that's the event we really wanted to use this entire time. And it shows me the invalid stuff. Okay, this is what I want. Let's see if this is. See how the paste handles this. Boom. Empty string and then a thing. So this is satisfactory. Line 19 args. So if I use the args, basically text instead of all this, might not be in the right order, but at least I'm actually getting the text right now. I will leave that console log though, because paranoia. I got into breakpoint. Let's ditch that. Boom. That's cool. I double edited. Ooh, I literally broke the editor because of the breakpoint, probably. There we go. Check that console now. I will make you work. Bad initial good JSON. Yeah, because there's nothing there. Let's try to chop all this down, you know? Or a lot of this down. I think I've overcomplicated at this point. E is undefined. Undefined text empty string. Let's get that console log back up here, folks. So we have text which is empty. Ah, if it's undefined. Okay, so if not pasted data, return. Yeah, so if it's undefined and all that, we got to go. Understandable. Whew. Progress, folks. This is progress. It's good looking progress. Okay, this looks great. Let's clean stuff up. If we try the catch, do nothing, sure. Oh, this is looking good, looking very promising. Oh, that's very disgusting. Okay, so let's drop the console, because this is how people use it. Paste. Boom! Would you look at that? Now let's see if I break stuff. Will it ruin my life? Okay, it's not ruining anything, because I want to make sure the thing actually works. Like, I don't ruin functionality with my... Ah! Okay, so here's the thing. Only if the thing fails. So try JSON parse text catch error. So I only want to do my magic eval if it's not already JSON. If I'm modifying JSON, I don't want to break stuff. Let's see if that works. I have to refresh the page. And copy the stuff. Okay, so drop it, paste it, love's good. I modify, everything's happy. I start breaking. Since it's still broken, nothing happens. But when I fix it, nothing happens because it's not broken. Nice. Let's paste some more stuff in here, right? Like this. So if we add to a paste, okay, it's not that very cool. This is honestly fine for me, you know. My thing 1, 2, 2. Oh, it is working. I'm just blind. Ah. Okay, so this editor needs to be taller. That's one thing that needs to happen right now. Also can go with an auto format, or at least. Oh, VS Code was like doodles. Doodles. Yeah. Okay, I really need to take that X break. Let me go check that out soon enough. Okay, so first let me. Oh, the auto format hit everything. That's okay. Didn't want it, but it did. We here now. There we go. Wait, do we have history on this? We do not. Really? No, we do not. Okay, so we've done that. Essentially, we have the pasting working. Hallelujah. Now let's go undo all the other stuff that just happened. Because I love myself an auto format. Do not love unnecessary ones or cluttering up my Git changes. Yeah, let's clear all these up. I know, tedious work, not really worth much, but I will do a format. I will call it a format commit. An update entity. Oh yeah, this don't exist no more. Let's just delete that entirely. Poof. Loving it, loving it, loving it. Add JavaScript paste support, and this needs to be on both editors. So cost handle JavaScript pasting equals text. Boom. Oh, and I'll make this a normal function, so I have access to this, right? Yeah, this will be useful. No pun intended. For getting the correct editor. Boom. Now instead of saying editor's data, I can say this dot set and on change text equals handle JavaScript parsing. Love that for me. Close that curly. That's a colon, not an equal sign. I got you. Colon that. That's, you know, we can one line this. It's not the worst. Now on change text becomes. Too many curlies there. Do this also in my filter, because if you want to paste filtery stuff. Loving this. Let's make sure it still works after those changes. Well, gotta turn the server back on. Then we can check if it still works after those changes. Let's go 8,000. Boop. No, I broke it. I have broken it. No. Okay, so I broke it. It's probably not this, is it? Yeah, let's check out what this is. This, appears to be correct. Worst comes to worst, I can, higher order function this, but I'd rather not. Can we put this as a global dot set? Oh, yeah, that is not a thing that object has. Understandable. So yeah, this will be a higher order function. Name. So yeah, instead of this, it'll be editor's name dot set accordingly. Understandable. Now for both of these, I can cursor there, copy the name, end of line, dot bind, null, and the name, which is in quotes. Lovely. And this is fine for me. I don't really need to polish that up anymore. Gotta test that console log, or that paste though. Boom, loving that. Don't know what that is. Don't care about that error. But now, these filters, update. Boom, you can paste in all the boxes. Just paste to your heart's content. Interesting, I do see that thing, little weird thing happening, but it's... Can I add a custom button? On create menu history. Okay, understandable. I know those big ass. I can't add a comma now. That's awkward. Okay, so this guy need a little toggle somewhere, right? Paste mode. That's the plan. A little toggle paste mode. It'll be strict validation. I don't know, I can call it something else, but I want to call it paste mode. It'll be up here at the top. Mail. I don't know, I'm putting it somewhere. Let's just shove it somewhere in the front end already. Okay, so we have all this good looking stuff. I think no, only one should get it, which means none of them specifically get it. It just exists. Type checkbox. Paste mode, which is not going to be obvious to anyone, but it should be somewhat checked. It'll be obvious by its text, kind of. Ooh, gotta center that thing now. Hey, Roger G, thanks for coming on by. Appreciate the hydration. And thanks for the follow there, Bamide. Hope your day, evening, your night has been going well. The paste event. Is there a paste event? What? There's a paste event? What? Ha. That's very cool. I did not know about that. So let's see how this works. Oh yeah, Raj, let me catch you up. So basically, if you were there for Mine Wolf's 2 streams ago, last Sunday, they created this database builder. But it was static in a way that like it only supported like Star Trek things. Like they had to be for Star Trek, and you can modify the code, but you'd have to modify the code. So then I was like, this could totally benefit from some kind of dynamic JSON editor. And then I added a dynamic JSON editor. So what you can do now is, this is basically Postman, but for Mongo databases. So you can switch to these different modes, like the read mode. You can search for things like based on a query where, well, it's a little broken right now. Where A is B, and if you click read, it'll connect to the database using your credentials and pass you back the result. You can create stuff. Blah blah blah. You can create nested things, which is something that would be very difficult And otherwise, hey, you're not wrong. It's basically CRUD Postman. And then it sends you back the result, which you can switch back to read mode to get that. And you can do all this by shoving your credentials up in the bar. Don't worry, they are dummy credentials in this case. And yeah, basically CRUD Postman. But earlier today, we basically finished our OpenAPI conversion for, what was it? I'm trying to find it. For our quotes API, and we also added the Animaniacs to it, which I think may have been your suggestion. It was someone's suggestion, and the Animaniacs to be added. So we got that added, and we converted our API to an open API, which in itself had no effect, but it allows us to use tools to easily consume and make changes to our API. One of them being the Swagger UI, which automatically generates this cool dashboard for you. Like, automatically, you can click try, it just automatically does all this cool stuff for you. Lets you have little cool fields where you can select things, select a show name, all this cool, basically stuff just from me conforming to the OpenAPI standard. And yeah, that's what we did for the main part of it. And now I was like, that's a cool looking idea to update, modify Mayan Wolf's editor. That's what we're doing now. One of the other cool things about this is that as it's compliant to the OpenAPI standard, those who love Postman can literally just point their Postman at this URL, and it will automatically import all the stuff magically. Hey, Roger G, yeah, that's cool, yeah. This is the JSON half of it, yeah. This is still the same. I mean, it's extended, but functionally the same, so you can point your Postmans and stuff at it. But yeah, I just found out that there was a paste event on in JavaScript on the DOM, so I gotta check out what that is now. Paste. Oh, so let's see. Would you look at that? It did a thing. Clipboard data. JS. Change pasted data. This is so much easier than where I was going. Thank you. If this works, super shout out to you for that suggestion, Drekka. This looks like what I want. Let's see if we can do it. So let's essentially ditch this. Ditch that. Also ditch that. Ditch that. Basically, we're undoing all that weird event magically stuff. We're just gonna say window add event paste. That was that easy. Then we're gonna grab the event clipboard data. Let's grab the event itself. Console log. Ooh, look at that. Get the data. Ain't that pretty? That is what I want. So if I refresh, I don't think I need to paste it into a box, do I? No, I do not. Okay, so this is good. So essentially, we're going to take this data. I want to modify it in transit, though. Probably should read that Stack Overflow I just left. So text equals text. Ooh, document execute command insert text. Let's just see if that works. Document. That's being weird. Exec command apparently. This might not be how it's supposed to work. false, then it's JSON parse. Well, it's technically, it's this logic here. So logic here of text. Yeah. So there's nothing there. Otherwise we executive command JSON stringify. Interesting. We'll see how this turns out. I am excited to make my life easier. Okay, so if I'm over here and I'm like paste, ooh, it did a thing. Ah, it didn't prevent the event. Gotcha. I need to be like, hey, stop doing what you're normally doing, but do this instead. Okay, event default. JS prevent paste event. Maybe I'm not doing it right, but feels like this should be working. Don't do it. Well, the top answer is don't. You say I'm not stopping the pasting. I'm overwriting it. I'm doing this for you. Huh, return false? I'm gonna return false over here. Maybe it is being prevented, but whatchamacallit, this thing is still capturing it. So I pasted it. Look at that. Let's cut this back out. Drop this. Interesting. So what happens is I need to disable this as I'm pasting and then re-enable it. Got it. This is a really weird thing, but it might work. If it works, I'm happy. So we're gonna be like, hey, set UI false. So this will disable you. Otherwise, we'll set UI back to re-enable you. Then this we re-enable you. One of these ways we will get it working. Copy. So yeah, we delete that. Paste. Still doing the thing. Paste. Let's just not turn the UI back on, because I'm not sure if I did that right. Paste. Okay. Yep, it turned it off as expected. So we're getting logs of this now, which is cool. Because we're changing the mode, and that is synchronously. Actually, I don't know what that's doing. Okay, maybe this isn't the approach to do. JS replace pasted text. Modify pasted text. Intercept. Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. I got a feeling though, it ain't using the paste event or something. So it's event, prevent, default, and do all that stuff. Hey, Fragile Jate. Yes, we are messing with APIs. All kinds of fun API stuff. I hope your day, evening, or night has been going well. What if we do set data? There's a get data, right? There's gotta be a set data. Console log e.clipboard data. So I don't think these UI changes are doing what we want. What we really want. Clear that. Paste. Okay, so we have a data transfer. Data transfer prototype. Oh, there is a set data. Maybe that's what we want. E.clipboard data, set data. to this stuff here. And we're gonna not do that anymore. One more copy. Oh, let's copy and paste. We're almost there, folks. At least 2 arguments required, 1 passed. Probably need MDN. Probably need a MIME type, like text / plain, like it has. I imagine that's why it's angry. I'll drop it in there as the MDNB loads. Format and data. Exactly. Here we go. Boom. Sadness. Modifications are not allowed. You know what? This is really just, you know? I'm not sure if what I'm looking for is possible. Ooh, disabled saving files to prevent a file copying. I do want that. Ah, there's an event right here. How can I see it here? I literally see the code for it. Case paste. Okay, let's see what happens. Yep, it literally goes through all the events. Ooh, so what do I need to do? I need to capturing phase. Need to get it before it does it, basically. Get event. I'm trying to think of other way to do that. Add event listener. It's parameter here, right? Capture. Yes, I need to get it before it does and then stop it. And yeah, sure, this set won't work, but if this does work, the paste won't happen. Where is it? This is my page. I know this is very exhilarating, folks, but we're almost, I feel like I'm almost there. No. Target equals DOM value. Node get DOM value, and they do it on 1 second thing. Update DOM value. As I'm seeing it. Let's see any other paste stuff we can do. Pull requests. Here we go. Copy and paste buttons. That's something at least. Other modes, not just text. Not all buttons relevant. Sure. On create main menu. I'm not looking for that. Oh yeah, Svelte JSON editor. Yeah. Copy and paste support. Reformat. Okay, yeah, so I see what's happening. Not sure if I can get it. So MDM. I thought the capture would stop it, but it's not. Yeah, I need to call prevent default quickly. I don't know, probably like this cool feature, probably gonna abandon it. Can't figure this out. We'll move on to something else. First, gonna take a break, then move on to something more interesting. Options. Here we go. So I am capturing. Yeah, that's right. So I'm doing it right. So how is this value being hit? Switch type. Target equals DOM value. What is type? On event. Caught centrally by the editor. What if I disable paste? That would be really cool. Well, I see what I want. It's there. I just can't grab onto it. How does this even work? Oh, the paste on event. Let's look for more paste. Field value. So both of them do the thing. Yeah, I don't think this is going to be working anytime soon. I see what I want. Just don't know how to interact accordingly with this thing to get what I want. What if I get the previous value, save it, and then set it back? Okay, that would be my last attempt here, folks. So we have pasted data, const prev text equals. We're going to use the one editors. Editors.data.get text. Get text. Let's see if that at least works. You see an empty object. Boom, empty object. As we want. So when this happens and all the pasting stuff is magical, we will call this, not call that. Don't care about any of these prevention of defaults because they're not working in the first place. Hey, yeah, Roger G, that's the always lurking multi-Twitch watcher. And speaking of always lurking, a whole bunch of people have went on. Let's see. Oh yeah. You also go check out Max. Let me figure out how to spell this. How do I spell? Yeah, Maxwell Culkin. They are a new 100 Dev streamer. I think this might be like their third stream. So feel free to check them out if you can. Also, you game dev loving folks. Aaron is also, for those you don't know, game dev in Godot, doing all kinds of cool stuff. And if you want to watch all of those at once, you can use that link that Raja G just found, or this shortened one that will automatically link it all three of us. Automatically. because I eventually got around to fixing the thing. Okay, almost time for a break. Almost there, folks, but I think I got this. So we get the previous text, we get the pasted text, and what do? We say, boom, we go back to prev text get. So I guess all this only assumes that it's working, right? Previous. Yep, so we get the previous, we set it back to previous, and then the paste happens. Now I hope this does not mess with cursor positions. I will lose my mind. Well, yeah. Fine, we'll use get text, aren't you? It was supposed to be close. Hey, yeah, I'm glad to hear it. It's getting there. Again, like for those who don't know, it was mainly meant for me, that always lurking, but I see a bunch of other people are wanting to use it, so I am slowly but surely polishing it up. My word, look at this thing. Okay, so we're just gonna, so this was a cool approach. It ain't working. It ain't working. So we're going back to the old approach, in which we have a paste mode, and we turn it off and we turn it back on. So if paste mode is not checked, then we return. Do your own thing. So let's go to the front end, paste mode, grab this thing here. CSIS. We just want to grab any old checkbox, honestly. Actually, we do need to give this an ID or something, don't we? Or we can give a field set with any direct label. Other field sets have labels. Can't do that. So we'll give you a paste mode class. Text align center. Please be center. Oh, I didn't update. No, I did update stuff. Label class equals paste mode. Margin auto. Interesting. Width 100%. Well, not auto. 100%. Numlock got turned off at some point. Display block. There we go. So display block, text align center is what we need for that label. Display block. Okay, we centered. Lovely, we are centered. Could we make a command to list all available commands? Why, yes, you can. It's right there. I guess I probably should add that to the cycler. Commands to see all commands. I definitely, yeah, I see in hindsight, it's like, that makes more sense. Yeah, those are all the commands. Not the most prettiest formatting, but it's a chat bot. Yeah, only the more interesting or notable ones are displayed on the showy thing, the scroll bar, whatever, the news ticker. Okay, so if paste mode is on, it's essentially, so I have the thing over here. Document query selector, paste mode, input. There we go. So if it's checked, then we're not. Well, if it's not checked, then we're not doing paste mode. Otherwise, we're doing paste mode. It's just paste event. Well, I appreciate the shout out about it. That paste event, pretty cool. Lots of cool stuff about it. Dreka, unfortunately, I could not get it to work. Definitely cool though. I will remember that next time. Okay, let's do this. So we're in paste mode, and you can paste and it works. Now when you're out of paste mode, you can mess all this stuff up, and it'll just let you go. Oh yeah, that's what it does when it's in paste mode. It puts you back the wrong spot. Last things, editors, data, get text selection. I don't know if that's what I want. I want the cursor position. Set text selection. Ooh. Okay, let's figure out how I can do that. JSON editor. Let's think of thoughts here. I'm sorry, brain got thought there. I was focused, and then the brain was like, "Where are we going now?" Right? There we go. Oh, there was another JSON editor. Oh, that's for a form. Okay, I'm not doing that. So to the API. Hello, API. How you doing? You need set text selection, start position, end position. So what I do is before the paste, I get it, and after I set it. Exactly what I want. So cost position or pause. Editors. Oh, you figure it out. Editors get cursor. Oh, if only. Get text selection. Then after the paste, we'll say editors set text. Ooh, you know exactly what I want, Copilot. Pretty cool. Okay, let's see if this works. Paste. Hey, it stops working entirely because paste mode is off. Paste. We're looking good, so checks get to that bottom again. It's okay. Paste again. A button for other format would be cool, but paste mode is cool enough in my book. Okay, let's start putting a close to this projecto. Okay, that's what we do there. There's that. Yep, we center the things. CSS magic. Paste mode, that's there. Shove all that there. Do lovely track catch. Clean up some of that auto format shenanigans. Lovely. If we delete update entry. Why is that? Clean up that line. The server. I don't think I did anything. I really removed an import. Very cool. Loving it. Okay, let's make another push on that. Okay, that one was another good one. And we will be, not ext, we'll be exiting that. Maybe we'll be updating the readme a little bit. Database builder. Oh yeah, should totally be updating the readme on this. So let's essentially just gonna polish this readme up a little bit. Thankfully I have quotes right here that I can copy from. Just gonna yoink all the previous stuff I wrote, basically. There's my readme. Where is it? There it is. In raw mode. Or in code mode. One of these modes. Show me the code. Show me the code. There we go. There's the code. Let's yoink this. There we go. URL 2, where it is deployed. It is not deployed. That's awkward. Should I deploy it? Depends how much effort it's going to be. Server. Am I using port correctly? I am. Okay, you know what? Let's go ahead and deploy this. Let's get some. First, we'll update this error handling. Because I feel like with all this effort, might as well get the thing deployed, even though no one's going to use it because scary database credentials. Can maybe convert async. I don't want to convert that to an async. Thank you very much. Yoink, yoink. Looking good. Port 8000. Let's swap that around a little bit. So port or 8000. Now we can use port everywhere. Lovely. Let's go ahead and return on these just for sanity's sake. Good. Git is the only one that needs this weirdness, I think. Yeah, Git's the only one that needs this weirdness. We have package JSON with a start script. Yes, we do. Let's ditch the test script while we're here. Let's make a new projecto. Yeah, database builder. Again, I know no one's actually going to use this because scary credentials, but if I put this much effort into it, might as well have the thing hosted online. Okay, do I have an app URL? I do, right here. Okay, and the URL for that is this and this. Database builder. Gotta add the link back, of course. Always make sure to attribute to your sources. Originally, double originally. Mine will, yep, that's a good link to me. I'm gonna try to add some flavor text here. Documents and y'all get to watch me write text, am I right? Oh, thanks for the follow there, folks. Sorry, I'm late on the checks there. Slowly getting there. Hala or Ola 312. Thanks for the follow. Thanks for the follow. Output Logic and Heavy Kettle. I hope all your days, evenings, or nights are going well. As you can tell, I was very much in the zone. But yeah, I'm getting out of the zone now. Delete documents in your connected MongoDB database. I don't think I really need to explain create, read, and update again, but I'll take a quick screenshot real quick. And at least explain this. Flash up should mark that as powered by JSON editor. Where is it? There it is. Come on, update my URL. Is there a cool badge y'all got? Y'all ain't got a cool badge. That's okay. There we go. Very enjoyable writing copy here. I think this is good enough. I just need a screenshot at this point, right? Or technically, I really need to make a video of this showing all the things working, but I ain't about to do that. Okay, just normal read. Come on. Network error attempted. The database is offline or the server's offline. Yes, I will to do. Handle API errors. Add video. But that ain't from y'all, that's from me. Oh, lovely. Yeah. So yeah, I probably should actually. So let's do some deleting. Delete. It'd be cool, now I'm thinking about it, if these were aligned to the top, but too late. Okay, so let's get on with it. Is this a mode switcher? Pair JSON. Ain't that neat? A, B, C, D, E, F. Oh wow, that is so cool. It's our pair JSON button. That's definitely got to go in the video. Okay, open for MongoDB. In the meantime, though, I need at least a screenshot. So let's 1024.768. Those are always my screenshot resolutions. Should probably create some things. So we're gonna try to think. I'm trying to think of data. Mindwolf has the data. I'll just go look at their thing. Where is it? Where is it deployed, rather? Oh, that might actually not be listed anywhere. Okay, I'm gonna try to. Oh, you know, I don't care about it. Location, Earth. I'm here. I'm exposing my naivety to the Star Universe. Star Trek. Oh, it's a Vulcan. So yeah, let's do the multi-insert just for paranoia's sake. I've been doing all this time. Vulcans are from Vulcan. Who knew? There we go. And now if we tell it to repair, oh, ain't that neat? Well, it tried, didn't it? Come on. There we go. Repair it again. Lovely. Now we say create, and it works. And now we read it. Click read me. There we go. Okay, this is screenshot time. Screenshot time. Lovely. I will download this. And good old trick for free asset hosting, folks, is you go to github.com, go to any comment field box, which you can easily get by editing some markdown. And let's move download. Where did it get saved to? 1633. There you go. We'll move that to here. I'll open this as a good old file. So you can take your assets and just be like drag and drop into any github.com web editor, and it will upload them automatically, if you don't know. You can also use the upload button, like down. There's an upload button somewhere around here, but I always use the drag and drop, and then boom, free hosting. I think they host it for like ever, so you don't get to delete it. But it's a link to the repo. I mean, it's not linked to the repo. It's available to use. Website badge there. Post from MongoDB. I think I'll put the image here. So exclamation point, the alt text. Let's see what I want to call this. There we go. Linked to there. And like that. Let's make sure this image looks good. VS Code has a preview mode for Markdown. It's, where is it? It's this little button right here. It has a little split and a magnifying glass in the right half. You do that, you can look at your Markdown without having to go actually upload it. Probably should fully link that. There we go. Postman, but from MongoDB. Oh, I almost had a typo there. To create multiple documents, use an array of objects in the editor. Well, let's actually switch to create, you know? Yeah, let's show that off. The height of this is annoying. Maybe I'll just go that way, yeah. Because I want it to fit in the freaking screenshot. Yeah, I know I'm being picky, but what if we click off? Okay, it's always going to be on something. Line 1, yeah, let's do this one. Another lovely screenshot. We want to, I think I could tell Firefox to do it instead. Where is it? Take screenshot of, should I go in here? Nah, I'll take this thing. There we go. Download. Where did that one get called? 1940. There we go. Open up again. We're getting 2 pictures. This was a special repo, I guess. Here we go. 1940. Drag and drop. Copy and paste. So I'll put this down here. Let's see how that looks. Oh no, we'll put the image in the, what do you call this? Quote section? Yeah, okay, that looks cool. Almost like a little title. Let's put a little line here. That's okay, it's already there. Okay, I think this README is about as good as it's gonna get. All I'm missing is actually, so let's update the README. What did I do to server? I did that. Add Express API. Boom, love that. Let's remove these 2 screenshots. I am both PNGs. Goodbye. Nice knowing ya. Pack of JSON. Clean that up. And save the README for another one because we're about to clean up all the code. We're not going to clean up any code. Never mind. Add documentation. Boom. Okay, we're going to push everything now. Get push. Then we're going to have to do a push to Heroku and see how that survives. Get push Heroku main. Thank you, autocomplete. Moment of truth, folks. Let's close that thing. Probably should have explained the paste mode button, but too late. Okay, let's see if it's up. Oh yeah, the dark mode's automatically doing its thing. That's actually pretty cool, actually. Okay, let's go grab my dummy information. Let's call a read on that. Working in production. Let's add a little thing. Yeah, GG's, Roger G. Into maybe I shouldn't. I'll be a little more professional. Into a this is some random website. Yeah, I'll keep it like that. Just thinking of good words to say now. You know what? Let's get changes that. Get changes. Oh, I must have typoed that one. There we go. Re-add that. Get push minus F. There we go. And lastly, we are going to update the description, because that's another thing that exists. Database builder. So right up here, this cute little gear. Let's name stuff. Express. JavaScript. EJS. I'm just gonna add all the tags I can think of. HTML. CSS. Just adding all the tags here, folks. MongoDB. Okay. If y'all ain't got any tag ideas, feel free to drop them below. I think those are all my ideas for tags. Yeah, that's about it. Short description of the repository. Somewhere around here. Postman from MongoDB. That's a good one. I'm going to use the longer version. This is about this long or short? Short description. Okay. Postman from MongoDB. That's my short description. Bada boom, bada bing. Website thingy is up. No title. That's okay. Ta-da. To create multiple documents. Okay. Yeah, this is basically done for this repo, folks. We're done for the project entirely, that one. There you go, if you want to go check it out and, you know, go to the actual thing. Okay, with that, let's see. Done and dusted. You're right, Roger G. It is done and dusted. So, definitely taking a break, and then, well, after that, we'll either be doing just a Code Wars or two, or we'll be jumping back into projects. I'm not tired, but it's been a long stream, you know, so, and there is sleep that needs to be obtained, so, at the very least, break in Code Wars. We'll see how I feel after the break. Yeah, yeah, Dan Bull. Speaking of, I am still streaming. You were probably there during Mayan Wolves, if you weren't. Sorry. Every time, y'all know, every time I'm not typing, I'm trying to spell things right. So Mayan Wolf made this database builder for their Star Trek API, and it was a little bit mutable. What's like you could change the EJS and stuff for other APIs. But I was like, you know, if a JSON editor on top of that, this will work for any database. So that's what I did. I made it work for any database. You enter your connection information, use this built-in JSON editor. It's a little bit thematically better here. You can create, update, delete, read, and all the results come straight back here. I should have some dummy credentials sitting around. Dummy at dummy. So yeah, now you are sending your credentials to mine. So like obviously if you don't trust it, you just like I specifically put in there like a little thing of like don't trust sending your credentials to some random website. Do it, clone it and run it yourself, you know? So like it is like a security thing, but it's only a security thing if you don't trust who you're sending it to. Like it's all your own thing. And one of the cool things is that, because this was a thing that a lot of people were having trouble with, the ability to insert multiple documents, which, with a little bit of array, you can do pretty easily by creating an array of objects. And this, of course, supports all the nested magic. The cool thing about this is it's got this little JSON button that you click on repair. Again, that's the editor doing it. So you can be like, let's just create an array of documents. It calls insert many dynamically. You can ask for the read and boom. Because that's one thing a lot of people are struggling to do. Like they built these 2,000 line JavaScript files, and it's like, well, how am I supposed to use this now? Or how am I supposed to get this in the database? Another thing I did was I kind of got paste support working. So you have to click a checkbox if you want to paste into this. But if you want to paste into it, like usually, you do this, you try to hit the fix, it might work. But if you don't trust it, you can go paste mode, and it automatically parses it. I spent like 30 minutes fighting with that. I ended up with a checkbox. But yeah, the whole thing works crud. That's about it. Yeah. Yeah, checkbox. That's how it came down to. Because the thing is, if you have a trailing comma, it's this weird thing. An array, an object. You have a trailing comma. When you parse this as JSON, it's valid, but it removes the comma, so you can't you'll be stuck having infinite commas. I can just show you. Why am I describing it? Yeah. I mean, I get an idea. I gotta get it out of my head, you know. BC DEF. So if we do this thing here we go. Paste mode. Well, this is embarrassing. It's not doing the thing anymore. Well, I swear there's a reason for this checkbox. I had to put it there for a reason. It's just trying to embarrass me now. Yeah, for sure, DM Bull. That's kind of what I did too. Especially with this JSON editor library I basically never used before. Served as a free learning tool for this thing. Which is, it was pretty cool. It did basically most of the stuff I wanted. So yeah, it was pretty cool. Yeah, with that, as you can tell by the timer, I've been in flow state for like an hour and a half now. So it is definitely break time for me. Yeah, DM Bull. I mean, that's the way I like most of my projects to be. 50% familiar technology or stuff that you have used, 50% new stuff. Any more than 50% new stuff, and it's hard to get traction or get momentum, but break the boundaries. The boundaries. I mean, look, the timer's not supposed to go. The text is being cut off right there. We're not supposed to be going more than 100 minutes. So yeah, boundaries very much breaking. Flow with the go. Nah, it's break time. We finally get to break time. Yeah, let's take that break. Stretch, hydrate, and relax if y'all can. Yeah, DM Bull. There's less. Yeah, and basically exactly what you said. You're constrained to. You have limitations and constraints, which means there's no analysis paralysis or choice paralysis. You're gonna do one thing, and that's the one thing you're gonna do. There might be different ways to do the one thing, but your job is to do the one thing. Personal projects, it's the sky's the limit, which means you gotta think of the limits. This is you gotta be real creative about it or stuff, which is usually where I fall short. But that's why when I get the idea in my head, I'm like, I gotta do it before it floats away somewhere. Oh god, gotta take that break. I'll catch y'all after where we'll do elite code, maybe do some more stuff, or we'll just finish off some elite codes. Yeah, DM Bull, that's practice makes perfect, of all things. Yeah, CEO, developer, project manager, all that stuff. I'm getting there. Feel free to start making your way back, folks. Break is coming to an end. I appreciate the follow there, Vladimir Cabrera. Hope your day, evening, or night has been going well. Let's switch on over to Elite Code. I know I said Code Wars, but Elite Code Wars, effectively all the same, right, folks? So we're going to be doing a build array from permutation problem. Before we do that, I'd just like to remind everyone that I am not the only 100dev or 100dev friend streaming. There is Maxwell well, thank you, keyboard. Calkin and Aaron. There we go. I think I got that typed. No, that's the wrong command. Watch. What is it? Multi-watch. There we go. There you go. You can watch all of us there, or go ahead and check them out manually yourself. Maxwell is a new 100dev streamer, so it'd be cool if y'all check them out. They're actually building their CRUD app too right now. I really need to make this into one command at this point. Here we go. And of course, over there doing the Go.game jam funnery. Probably another bear. Let me go actually spy for y'all. What are they making? Oh, they are on break. There's only one time I went over to them and they weren't on break. Every time they're on break, that flying share. Okay, let's make this build array from permutation. So, given a zero-based permutation nums, zero index, build an array of the same length where the element at the index of I is the value of the index of the number at the index of I for each number and return it. Wow, that was amazing. So we're just going to say for let I equal 0, I less than nums, I plus plus. That was tough to say that. Return all the answers. We're going to say answers I. We're literally, oh look, I think we can literally use this what they gave us. Boop. See if that works. No, it didn't work. Output nothing. Interesting. Output was nothing. So I know I created an array and I set with those indexes, but I don't think that was wrong. I mean, we can do that with arrays, right? I thought we could do that with arrays. Can we not do that with arrays? We can't do that with arrays. Fun fact. Nums.length. Welcome to TypeScript-less land where nothing tells you when you forget your lengths. Boom. Oh yeah, okay, so that looks good. Have I done this? I haven't. I'm confident this is working. Boom. Not faster. Okay, yeah, so yeah, pretty okay. Solve this without using an extra space. Now that's going to be fun. So I think the way we do this is say const temp equals answer I. Right? Without using any extra space though. So let's look at the first one. 0 becomes 0. 2 becomes 1. And 1 becomes 2. Five becomes 4. Yeah, I think this is right. The swapping. I'm going for a swap. I think that's what needs to be done. So temp equals answers I. Okay, I need to actually figure this out. So 0, 0, 1 and 2 and 2 and 1. That's my test case or my experimentation target. So answers I is 1 equals nums num I. Which means nums. Oh, that's the thing. I can't use answer anymore. So let's comment out this block here. I need to only use nums. Let I equals 0, I less than nums dot length I plus plus. Okay, so const temp equals nums I equals nums I. Now nums temp equals no wait, so the index, oh boy, okay, let me follow this through once more. This is a number. In this case, the number is 2. The number at the index of 2 needs to become the value of 1. Where do I get the value of 1? 0, 1, 2. This is value of 1. Nums I don't know, we're going to see if that works. Turn. I don't know. This is taking the easy to a medium for sure. Ooh, no. Okay, let's see. Everything becomes nums. Yeah, you're not wrong. So I tried to like not go through the actual thing, but obviously, because essentially it's like the reversing of a linked list. You know, you got to keep track of where all the things are pointing at and where they're moving. Okay, let's step through it one more time. So temp equals nums I, which is 2. Nums I equals nums I, which is 1. So this becomes 1. Temp contains 2. Nums temp, which is nums 2, equals nums I, which is 1. Wait, temp becomes temp? No. What's wrong with this? Wait a minute, what is wrong with this? Output 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Expected 0, 1, 2, 4, 5, 3. Haha. That makes sense to me. Interesting. I thought I'd be able to figure this out, but come on. So let me read the, can you solve it without using extra space? So this is the extra space, which means I need to use the existing space, right? That's what I need to do. Okay, maybe there's something I have to do based on the length of the remaining, I might not be able to get this one. You know, I'm happy with, I got far enough. Let's see what the actual thing is. Someone explain. Oh no. There are too many math symbols on this page. No, that's way too many. Look, modulus. No, it's too much math. Okay, turn the, it's more math. No way. Okay, must process the original array in place, move to the correct, keep the original in place, use it later. Right. Use the fact that if we have a number in the form of a equals qb plus r, where B and R are not multiples of Q and R is less than Q, then we can abstract? No. Absolutely not. Okay, that is not happening at all. Wow, that went from an easy to a hard like in a blink of a second. Hey, thanks for the follow there. A flying Carl. Okay, I hope you're good in the air up there, Carl. Whew. Okay, well that was a lot of math all at once. It overwhelmed me. Let's see what I want. So we got a few things to do. Let's check out the to-do on this. So besides adding more media, which would be updating our thing, we do have some testing to do. You know what? Let's go for it. Let's write some tests. Yeah, we'll write a few tests. We'll get at least one test. My enthusiasm went from 100 to like 20 real quick, didn't it? So we're gonna write a little bit of testing. So as you can see, I got some check boxes here. We're gonna be using unit tests first because I'm lazy. And essentially, the goal, and it's kind of the motivation of all of my testing, which I know is a little flawed, but it's to use line coverage to tell if I'm doing all the things that there are to do. So, there are lots of different ways to do test, lots of different libraries to use test. Jest is a testing library that essentially is a kitchen sink. It has everything involved. When they say Express is an unopinionated library, Jest is an opinionated testing library. You can make customizations, but for the most part, it's doing everything for you. Jest, so yeah. It's been a hot minute since I've done this, so let's figure this out real quick. Maybe I put it in here. So I want to see, because I'm testing the API endpoints. I'm not testing anything else. I mean, technically I am testing the rest of this stuff. I will need to modify this to make stuff testable too. Yeah, there's gonna be a fair amount of things need modification. Let's just start. Just start at the beginning. Maybe they have an old tutorial I can follow, because it's been a while since I've actually set up the test by myself. Usually they just come with React or whatever I'm using. npm install save dev. Yeah, that would help. So it's save dev because we don't need these in production. Write a thing, write a test, do the thing. So I'm gonna see if we can do this random dot, what is it, dot test or dot spec? We're about to find out. Ooh, a just init. Oh, you know, I might want to do that. I love me an install wizard, don't you folks? Would you like to use Jest when running test? Yeah. TypeScript? No. My test environment? Node. Coverage reports? Yeah. V8, hopefully. Automatically clear, I'm sure. Woohoo! It did it. So it added this cute little configuration file with a bunch of other stuff I don't really care about. And hopefully, let's copy that code in here. Test. Expect 1 plus 2 to equal 3. And now if I done npm run test. And there we go. So that is working. But we also need to npm run. Oh, where are you going? Code. Dev. Can help with info file. Oh, it just added this to my git ignore. Hey, would you look at that? So this, it did a thing where I was like, let's add spec files. And it was like, let's add all the files. So maybe we can tell OpenExpress to like, hey, don't do that. So if we say, I don't know if this supports globs or whatever, just touch the JavaScript files. Don't touch the other files. Okay. Understandable. So I usually like putting my things beside them, but we will create another file called test, which does not args needs to be a path. Yeah, we fix. Don't you worry. Okay, good. That's running, npm run test. Lovely. Now let's update our git ignore, because it was like, we found new files. So when you're using coverage test, it creates this folder called coverage, which Firefox coverage contains stuff. Okay, it doesn't contain what I thought it contained. It contains stuff you don't want on the repo. Now we have this. So we did that. We're not using that. TS just not doing types. Would I like some types? I would like some types though, just for VS Code. I hope VS Code can figure this out. See, so I just installed those types even though we don't need it. We save them as dev. VS Code can figure stuff out. Okay, so I could do some kind of dependency injection magic stuff here by being like, ooh, I'll import this thing and call the get method, but that doesn't really activate this, so I'm not gonna do that. Actually, let's see. So I'm conforming to the OpenAPI spec. I wonder if Jest has anything. Ooh, what do we got here? It's got like 5 downloads, I bet, right? Well, I had a bunch of downloads before something happened. What in tarnation happened December 25th? Well, that is just the spookiest thing. Is there a better behavior? We're now detectives. We're gonna see what happened, why people aren't using this as much anymore. Issues pull request to satisfy API spec. Huh. That seems interesting. False pause. See, like, why did we all leave? Oh, support ESM. If we don't support ECMAScript modules, we're gonna be in a world of hurt. Let's see if we can use this though, right? What are your docs? So make the request, do request logic, expect it to satisfy the spec. You do that by first loading the spec. Yeah, I'm fine with this. This is kind of what I want. This is an ECMAScript module. Don't know what that issue is about. So import just OpenAPI. Need to install that first. And let's think of things I've used in the past. So essentially the goal is to make request to an Express server and check that it responds accordingly. We can technically use Postman for this. I'm not experienced enough with it to do so, and I am too tired to be learning another new library. I've already learned JSON editor. I've learned OpenAPI. I'm not learning a third one today. So supertest is basically a request module that has built-in testing. I want to see if Jest has any supertest stuff built in. It does not. Just making sure. Let's see how we use this thing. So request, assert, express. So let's import that. Oh, love me some of that. Auto format. Thank you. So we have these 2 files, and now we need the Express server. So I have it over here, but we also got some code that's automatically running when stuff happens. Which means we need to not run this code when we're being imported. So if this is the Python equivalent that I always search to find out what that. There's a bit of code you can write that basically says if you're not being directly executed, don't run this bit of code. It's like an if-else branch where you will. What's the ECMAScript module? We'll find out. So basically you can check if require main equals module, then you are being directly executed and you can do whatever. Otherwise, you're being imported in which case you should probably do something else. So we're gonna export default app. I'm also gonna export another thing, which is going to be this logic here, you know? Interesting. So the order of things, like I need to put this at the end. So we'll just call this, what do we call this? Request handler, right? Error handler, so it's to be like, hey, const error handler equals paste. And just for auto completion, type request handler thank you. We're not using the request, we can underscore that. Oh, that's weird. So that's not how that works. So this is a 4-parameter request handler. Okay, let's see how it was working before, because TypeScript obviously figured it out, but I have not. Can we get there? Oh, actually TypeScript doesn't know what's happening. So I'm just as confused as it is. So yeah, sure, that's fine for me. And then what we have here is attach OpenAPI to the app, which is a cool little function I'm about to write right now. Equals here, it takes app, which is basically an express application. Let's get some JS doc application, thank you. It is an asynchronous function, so async app. There we go. We put no words on it because we only care about type definition. So now we will await the attachment of that. In addition, we will export some of these things. We need the error handler. That's one thing we need. We're also going to want something called a memory database. Essentially, this is going to be interacting with the database, but we want this memory database because we don't want it to hit the actual database, because that would require an actual database credentials, but we're not doing that when we're testing. There we go. Was it memory server or in memory? Which one of these do I want? That's got a lot of downloads. Ooh, you're winning. Spectrum is losing, as per usual. Okay, so we're exporting the app. I'm also going to export the attachment of the OpenAPI, I believe, because this is what gets all our API handlers in existence, and our error handler, because essentially everything but client connect, I suppose. Oh, 288, you lose. Okay, is there a special? Nope, there's no special docs. Okay, let's npm install mongo thing, npm I save dev, because it's for development, MongoDB memory server. Awesome, let's see. So import, create, get URI, and stop. Okay, so essentially this is a programmatic way to start and stop the server. Awesome. This is what I want, because I don't want to. When I use supertest, I specifically don't do a listen. Yeah, so essentially I want this logic without the listening, which is what I will be getting when I write my test. So let's just get the server going. So this will be import app from, I guess we're going up a little bit, server.js, and let's just do it So we know one endpoint should work. That is the / endpoint. That should give us EJS stuff automatically. No database needed. So let's look at the super test docs. So test index. Yeah, very, very amazing test names, I know. Oh, whoa, Copilot, do that again. Copilot. Oh, I love me some of that. Okay, let's just run the test now. It failed. That's okay. Cannot use import statement outside of a module. Understandable. Import request from supertest. This is a module. Maybe I didn't save this file. Uh-oh. This is the year 2022. I kind of just assumed Jest was cool with ECMAScript modules. Uh-oh. Experimental support. Execute node of experimental VM modules. Looking for type. Uh-oh. Okay. Disable by passing transform empty object. Okay, so it's probably in my Jest config, right? Okay, I don't want to spend all year getting my things to work. Transform, here we go. So I'm disabling transform by setting it to an empty object. Is that enough? Please be enough. Execute node of experimental or node options this. I mean, I'll do that. Import problem, export solution. Yeah. If this was Python, maybe it'd just be that easy. Hey, nope, did that fail? If require main equals module. Okay, so I need an ES6 way of this. Close, Rajaji. Almost that easy. So I guess this is my fault for using modern ECMAScript modules, but we're here now. What in tarnation? Okay, so again, this is what you get for running on the cutting edge of technology. Stuff don't work all the time. Import URL from URL. We're going in the sauce, folks. We're going in. We're lost in the sauce. This is good. Just did not exit. Asynchronous operations that weren't stopped. Sure, I love that. So 5,000. So thing didn't happen. This is good. We got through the weird import logic. Well, that test should have worked though. That's awkward. How do you do it in the example? Interesting. I mean, hey, we got coverage. That's nice to look at. Oh, Mongo client must be connected. So, that's right. The query show names. What initialization thing is automatically asking the database for show names? That's right. So I'm requesting the app, but this is the app without all the stuff attached. Interesting. Okay, so I want to see if this is happening. I don't think this if is running true. So what's up? Directly ran, and then let's just yoink, and not that. Paste with a comma because I want to see the two values. Maybe I should have set the battle thing to go. Okay, let's see it in our console logs. Any point now. Okay, I'm not seeing where it is. npm run start. Directly ran file. Okay, so they are equal. So we're not getting this because it's probably should do this out here. Hey, that would help. You know, while we're here, let's do a watch because I'm tired of rerunning this command. Oh, pattern watch 0 matches. Okay, I guess I will have to figure that out too. Requiring params of URL. Yeah, I know, it's really weird looking. So, because ECMAScript modules, this is the standard they come up with. It is finding the URL of the current file and what's running the current file. So we should be able to see in logs actually. There we go. So we can see that the current file is server.js. What is running the current file is bin.jest. So this is a way of seeing, is the script being directly executed or is it being imported? If it's being directly executed, I want to run this code, actually start the server. If it's being imported, I don't want to do any of that. However, this obviously ain't working. So, why is the index route? Oh, I wonder why it's asking the database. I wonder why it was querying the database. Because I told it to. Okay, so this is where we gotta start mocking things out and essentially getting the database mock stuff. Usually I prefer being able to test things as soon as possible, but there's a lot of things that depend on other things, so we gotta do this logic here. Well, there are a lot of settings, aren't there? We gotta import a Mongo server. Then we have to create a new instance, start it, get the URL. So if we don't import anything from there, now the imports happen automatically. I can set process environment variables though, right? So if I say process.env, I go to the database. So when I import from database, it automatically creates a client with the MongoDB URL. I can't do this. This starts with the import of the database. The import of the database is done at the top of the file. So instead of doing this, I can export a function that will return me a client. This is good, which means I will be able to modify the client. I'm storing it in a variable, which means I can't do that. But if I just reference it twice, means I can modify it with process env. This is good. Now, where am I doing this client in my database? So, I'm no longer using client, I'm now creating a client. I have to find here, and I create the client, and I .connect. Right? Right, let's look at my controller. This also imports a single client. Not what I'm looking for. Because it creates a different client every time, a different connection every time. So basically I need a shared connection. I mean, that's what we need to do eventually, but let's see. So it does, let me see if there's like a shared client pool. So that's essentially what I'm doing. I'm not calling connect. Oh, maybe I have to do it here first. There we go. MongoDB.clients. Yeah, I'm not seeing any global pool of clients, which is what I'm looking for. Ooh, that's a lot of imports. Whole lot of imports. Let's see if it actually exists. Because some of them, basically, they store a global. Create one global array. Okay, yeah, so they're all asking, like, you do it yourself, basically. Let client equals null. So it's like, this isn't create client, this is connect client. Get client. There we go. So this will, if the client isn't defined, it will set it. So, ooh, look at that. You go, MongoDB. So if it's not set, then set it. I'm not using a new URL parser. Thank you very much. Just to set it and return it. So essentially, this is storing it as a variable and always giving it to be back. Let's give some types to this. Nice Mongo client. I know it's nullable. You'll get over it VS Code. Now, we can say get client here. And everywhere else, we import database.js, which I can just search for. One place. I can say get client here. And now, all my references of client also need to update. Client DB, client. I think it's fine. It's only an extra function call. If I was really fancy, I could make this like a getter or something, but too late. There we go. So we create the server, we do the thing. Let's see if this works. I mean, we'll just literally see if this works. I know something's going to go wrong, but that's what tests are for, right? To see what went wrong. I can ditch that console log now. Here it is. Where is it? Goodbye console log, and we can also one-lineify that. Auto format, thank you very much. Mongo client to be connected to perform this operation. Understandable. So let's see, how do we do this? Before all, right? This is how we do event thingies and all that. So we're going to use a let to this MongoDB thing. I believe we can use async and for all. Set that to get URI. Old URI equals process v MongoDB. Oh, it would help if I'm using the right environment variable, wouldn't it, folks? Okay, I am using the right environment variable. Old URI equals process, so we're saving the old thing, we're updating it to this. We could say after all, which is code that runs after all the tests are ran. I might need to make this async too, might as well. Now we have MongoDB, or the server essentially, which I will type accordingly. Put some curlies on that. What does this create? Mongo memory server. Inside the curlies they go. Love me that. So MongoD MongoD. That's such a weird variable name. Then we set that, and after we, what do we do? When Mongo close, how do we turn you off? Stop. That's a good name. So we tell you to stop. Is that a promise? It is. Love to hear it. And then we do this swap back to say, put the URI back to what it was before we came along. Okay, this is good. And we'll just see if this works. Yeah, my import's there. So I need that one a little higher up. I'd rather not console log my MongoDB URL, but that might be the next step I'll have to take to see what's going on. Let's see if the server's still working. API docs. Do we got show names? This will show database usage. There we go. We only see one show name. Okay, that's a weird example. I can fix that later. Where's my OpenAPI task? There it is. Loving that. Okay, it's test time. So using the experimental stuff because I have bound myself to ECMAScript modules. Hey, Biotic, thanks for the follow. Hope your day, evening, or night is going well. Let's see what's wrong. Mongo client must be connected to perform this operation. Okay, so yeah, that's right. I did the thing, but I never actually connected to the client. So many steps, my word. So essentially I need to do this, but good. So once we have set the thing, then we call get client, which we need to first, I gotta import it. So from the database, there we go, and we're gonna await this because ain't nobody got time for that. So we await the connection, and then we will attach. We have to use our error handler because good things. Ditch that console. Okay, once more. Let's see if we got all the steps we need. It's gonna be the entire Pomodoro session. We turned it on, folks. Attach OpenAPI is not defined. Of course it's not. Probably need to get my error handler too. I didn't mean to go this full setup, but looks like we're going full setup at this point. Ooh, better. Args API doc was invalid. That's sad. Imagining it's angry. Interesting. Valve schema before opening paths. 11 that. Must not have fewer than 1 items. Express OpenAPI validation errors. Show name. My enum returned nothing. Okay, so this is because the database is empty, not because my tests are failing. I need to see the database. Make it work. I'm almost there, Raja G. We're going from one error to the next. Hey, Monster 153. Hello, hello. I hope your day, evening, or night has been going well. MongoDB. Can I seed? Actually, I don't get to seed, right? Yeah, I just connect. Client equals, here we go. Await client dot. I have a client. Insert. Wait, how do I do this? Hey, red timer it is there, folks. We're almost we're that close out of time. We're getting there. So we need to go to the controller, because I don't know how any of this is working. Super hard-coded stuff. DB quotes, collection quotes. So I do that in my test. And then I say insert 1. What this does is inserts a thing with a show test date test show. Right? This needs to happen so there's something in the database for that thing to be happy about. Once more into the brink. I'm sorry to hear that, Monster. Struggling with setting up CI and CD on GitLab for the project. Yeah, it can be finicky, that's for sure. I know. Like I've set up a few CI/CD things. Some small to medium scale, real finicky. Yeah, I've also used GitLab before, though that was a long time ago. Oh, I do have one thing on GitLab. I'm trying to remember it. No, I had it on GitLab. I moved it back to GitHub Actions when those came out. So yeah, it's been a while for me. So let's look at EJS. We should see a data set with show names. There we go. Dataset ID, show names, expect title quotes. That's expecting a regular expression. What I'm expecting is an option with my show name in it. And I'm expecting this kind of anywhere in the regex. So I'm just like, anywhere you please, ignore case. Oh, this is also parameterized, ain't it? Actually, it's not parameterized. I hard-coded to test show. There we go. So let's do some escaping and see if this particular test is a working. Okay, so the test is getting close. Hey, let's see if we can hurry up, test. Finish before the timer goes off. Hurry up, hurry up. No, I segmentation faulted. How? No. Segmentation fault? How am I doing? I'm literally crashing it. Big stretch. Well, maybe we just content type's good enough for most folks. We don't care what's in the HTML, just that you got it. Huh, what have I done? I've done like nothing though. Turn it back to char set. Yeah, let's go all the way back in time, because I don't know how I broke that. Okay, so I've done something real good now. So have I started some weird Mongo thing? Nope, not started a Mongo thing. Is Jest still running? Nope, Jest ain't running. I got like a bunch of stuff running Node though, so it's gonna be hard to tell what is wrong at this moment. Node app coding tracker. Yeah, that's Code Wars. Well, that's VS Code. Node dist index, it's fine. npx serve bin, it's fine. Ah man, this is weird. So it's something with a Mongo. Let's ditch the Mongo logic. See if we can get through it without crashing. Don't crash. Don't crash. Okay, so we made it through without crashing, which means it is Mongo. But let's do this detect open handles thing. I would like to fix that, 'cause that might be causing the problem. What in tarnation? Detect open handles. I'm trying to do the thing that you want me to do. I have to go over here and do it. Sadness. Okay, let's see. TCP server wrap. 2 open handles. Interesting. So isn't the whole point of super test that like closes for you? Oh, I'm not using the done thing. But I need to use done. So monster, npm is essentially the node package manager. It manages all your packages for you. And if you can use it to execute scripts defined in package JSON to execute node binaries. Those are binaries that are written in JavaScript. npx, however, allows you to directly execute binaries that are written in Node. So like you can't do jest as a command. Even though it's a binary that it can be executed, you can't just do jest. But you can do npx jest, for example, to run a node binary or a node executable. When using npm, you can't be like npm jest, because npm is for this particular package. And instead, you can run npm test, which in here you can reference node binaries without the npx. So npx is kind of like if you want to use utility things that have no linkage to the package. But npm is when you're dealing within a package. You want to prefer npm when possible, unless you're dealing explicitly with like global things, which is why you're trying to figure stuff out, which is why I'm using npx. Okay, so I think this thing done here, right? Is that what I need to do to make this thing close? Yeah, of course, happy to help. Yeah, I'm glad it was understandable, you know? Failure. TCP wrap. Okay, let's see. So we have just root test open handle TCP server wrap. Let's see what is going on here. After all, new promise resolve 5. Oh! We just wait an extra 500 ticks. I can totally, or 500 milliseconds, not ticks at this point. I can totally do that, folks. Yeah, you can simplify that resolve though, and we'll make it a whole second, just to be super generous. I hope this don't crash. Please don't crash. Please don't crash. No. Okay, so Maya really hates doing all the Mongo work. So we comment it out. Yeah, we'll comment all of it out. We'll bring it all back as I get there. So essentially, Jest is exiting before all the servers get a chance to close, which I have no doubt is because I'm using ECMAScript modules. Disappointing. Maybe I'm just not using a describe stuff. And let's also use the done logic, right? Be real friendly with it. I'm doing all the things you want. Please be cool with me. Okay, maybe there's a manual way to do this. Mocks after all, hooks before all. Yeah, love me that. Okay, let's look at the very bottom. Let's see what the latest person has done this for. Ooh, destroy sockets equals true, huh? Weak NAPI. Detect leaks and detect open. Might be able to try that. 25 days ago. They seem to know what's up. Ran into a couple of issues. Okay. Weak NAPI. Let's see what that is. Definitely not Ender. Any VS Code extensions I couldn't live without. Well, let's look real quick at which ones I got installed. And I'll list them off as I see them. Let's close that. One off the top of my head is Error Lens, which once I get to it, I'll tell you all about it. Color highlight, it's a pretty cool one. Working with CSS, it highlights the colors in your editor. Coverage, I don't really need that. Don't need that. Look at all these ones I don't really need. Error Lens, here's the one that I cannot live without. Copilot is pretty awesome. So Error Lens, what this one does, close that, is essentially it takes errors and it puts them in line of where the error actually is. Otherwise, you would have like A plus B. Oh, this is awkward, so it's not showing errors at the moment because it's all broken. But usually, you have to go to your problems editor to see errors. But with Error Lens, it puts it literally on the line, so you know you don't have to go look at something or look for some squiggly. It's just boom, right on your line. Can't live without that one for sure. And Copilot is pretty amazing. Although I've only been using it for like less than half a week, so I'm not bound to it just yet. I mean, the basic Git extensions are pretty useful. Indent Rainbow makes things a bit more readable. Yeah, definitely not error lanes. Definitely love it. Live previews pretty new. Live servers pretty neat. Live shares pretty neat. As you can see, a lot of these I use them every now and then. Yeah, I mean, I'm a big fan of Prettier and all those cleaning up extensions. Oh, definitely gotta have Pylance and Python for writing Python code with types. Quokka.js, big fan of that one. Good for scratch padding with JavaScript. Could live without it though, it'd just be more tedious. Real-time debugging for when I'm debugging, although you can't really use this because I'm using a fork of it, so not necessarily this extension, a fork of it. Sensitive replace is useful for using text replacements pretty easily. To-do plus is my number one to-do extension. And yeah, all these others are disabled. Yeah, for sure. I mean, I started off on Sublime, so I know the feeling for sure. I know what you're going through. How do I remove backspaces from multiple lines? Okay, that's kind of multi-cursor magic, I guess. But how do I remove backspaces from multiple lines? That's interesting. I mean, there are backspace characters. I know they exist. So wherever you want to do your thing, you can hold Alt and click wherever you want your additional cursors to be, maybe on each line. Oh, remove spaces from multiple lines. So if you select all the lines, one way of doing it is selecting the new line character by selecting this, then hitting Control D to jump through them all. And now you have cursors at the beginning of each line or the end of each line. So it's Control D to select multiple of whatever you're selecting. And then you can, well, you have multiple cursors, so you do whatever you want on one cursor. You can also use Control-Shift-I to perform an auto format, which if it might get rid of the spaces if they're, like if you have a bunch of these going around, like extra spaces at the end. Control-Shift-I, that's awkward, it didn't do it. Oh, so if they're not in comments, Control-Shift-I will automatically pop them all away. Drag one. I mean, you can drag to like literally move the content, but if it's not like a set amount, you can like still select them all and Control D to get to them all. That might work. I don't know, it's very specific to what the text and like how it kind of is. Hey, thanks for the follow, Monster153. Yeah, it's kind of specific to the actual text, Roger G. But yeah, Alt click to get your multi-cursors, Control D to select the rest of text that matches. Let's try to do what these people say. There we go. What are these things? Detect open handles and detect leaks. True. Let's see how this works. The most cool new follow. I appreciate it, Monster. Yeah. It's, if you can't tell, it's inspired a little bit by VS Code. So, it uses a little preset from like random code snippets or like 4 templates. It's not real code if you're wondering. I've had that question, but yeah, it's pretty neat. It's kind of how all my notifications look. I was like, I'll make one and that'll work for all of them. Let's see if we get a different one. That's a different one, yeah. Sorry, you sometimes get ES6, sometimes ES5. See if we get Python. No, we want Python. There we go. That's not Python. Oh yeah, sometimes you get the slow typing one too. Yeah. This one's also neat. There's also a Python in there, but apparently we're unlucky. We're not gonna see it. Just config. Don't do this stuff, just. Please, just work for me. Wow, that was the quickest failure I've ever seen. Requires the weak NAMPI package. I did install it. MPII weak NAMPI. Yeah, monster. It's pretty neat. Figured I'd make something a little bit more personalized. Okay, so I don't know how to install this. npm install weak. Oh, it's WEAK, not day of the week. Weak as in strangly arms. There we go. Glad I didn't install some random package just now. Okay, let's run it one more time. Please just be cool. Just work. Well, this is looking good. It's gonna fail, I know, but... Huh. Leaking memory. Include all things. Unresolved. Test C is failing. Okay, I'm getting tired of that. I'm gonna do it one more time. I'm gonna get this stuff hooked back on. I am bored of your warnings. It's gotta be something in Express. Okay, look, I can test it real quick. Let's watch this. Import Express from Express, right? So if we bring in a new Express, we don't bring an app or any of that stuff. Let's comment out all this stuff. So let's see if it's Express or my code. Const app equals new Express. Not new Express, but okay. So let's see if it's me or see if it's ECMAScript Express. Segmentation fault. Ugh. Why? Why is this happening? I didn't import anything. I'm literally not touching any of this code. It's me. Yeah, it might be me. Yeah. I mean, the segmentation fault ain't mine. The leaking memory ain't mine. Maybe running this experimental thing is a problem. Okay, chest ESX. I'm trying to do something it just don't want to do, it seems. Let's rerun it with the detecting doohickey. This test should be failing, by the way. It just failed to run. Segmentation fault. Are we importing anything at this point? Let's ditch that, ditch that. We're going as vanilla as we can here. Okay, let's try to rm move jest config bad npx jest init. We're gonna try to redo this. Not using TypeScript. We're a node. I want coverage. Hopefully we can babble our way through this. npx jest. Please work. I'd really like it if you worked. Cannot use statement outside a module. Ah, of course. Yeah, so const express equals require express. Let's see if we can at least get vanilla stuff. Const request equals require super test. quite. Spelling things correctly would help, wouldn't it, folks? Okay, good. Cannot take both a done and a return something. Well, that's okay. I hope this wasn't what was causing all my issues before. It'd be real awkward if that was the case. Okay, great, we have a failure. Now let's see if we can somehow const app equals require server.js. Now I hope Babel's in here doing something, or else I'm gonna have to figure that out myself, and that's not gonna be fun. Please just work. No, cannot use import statement outside module. Okay. Just use Babel for ES6. Oh, line 2. Request equals require super test. That seemed to be working. It's like wanting to we meant line 2 in the server. Oh, nothing's on line 2 of the server. You have, oh yeah, I fixed the require. It was typoed. Yeah, that's right. Okay, let's see the Babel way of doing it. Babel core, oof, fair amount of stuff. Doesn't look like too much stuff though. Unfortunately, these are all developer environments. Hope these docs ain't that too old. Maybe it'll just work now. Surely that's how it's gonna love. No. Cannot use import outside a module. So maybe I do need to do this, but now that I have the Babel installed, it should just do this stuff. Yeah, it turned out this ain't testing. This is learning how freaking ECMAScript modules work with things like Babel again. Okay, cannot use. Here we go. Failed to parse a file. Out of the box supports Babel, transform. Here's what you can do. Trying to use ECMAScript, do that. Trying to use TypeScript, do that. So, I mean, I am trying ECMAScript, but I think these are the bad docs. Yeah, these are the bad ones. I'm not trying to use TypeScript. To have some of your node modules, I don't care. If I need custom, I don't. Let's find the examples. Might as well get reverse on this, I suppose. To coverage, Babel and V8, see coverage provider. Okay, that's where I need to go. Boop, boop, boop. Don't know why this wasn't already turned on. Use Istanbul, good. Okay, a global setup module will be triggered. One more for test, great. Transform, default, Babel jest, NPI. Babel jest. Let's install that thing. No. Okay, let's figure. I was already following a tutorial that told me how to do this. Add this to package JSON. Done, essentially. Install and set up Babel. Forgot this file. Babel RC. Take that. Sure. Node current. There we go. Will you love me now? Ooh, much better. Cannot use import meta outside a module. Right. Understandable, because we're not doing that anymore. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to create an index.js to be our entry point. So we're making progress. This is good progress. In index.js, we will run this code right here. So we'll import all the things. Okay, we'll import in a moment. So we'll ditch that. Import literally all the things we already have imported over here. Where is it? Here it is. Do that in here. Lovely. We'll also get client. I'll do it myself. There we go. Get client from there, and lovely. We update our package JSON to point to things at index.js. So now we don't need to do conditional logic. Just should be happy. Be happy. Oh, that's a timeout from a database call. Good. Very good. Yeah, look at that call. Lovely. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Okay, let's start getting everything back involved. And I swear, if we get another segmentation fault, I went through all this for nothing, ain't gonna be happy. I'm not happy at all. Ah, great. Another open handle. Thankfully, I don't care about open handles. Ooh, you. It's this line right here, though, I bet, isn't it? And we're gonna find out which one of these lines it is. It is one of these lines. No, okay. Well, which one is it? I mean, we know this is gonna be a bad one. Oh, okay. I just touched like 5 lines. So one of these 4 lines. Attempt to binary it in half. Those 2. Process of elimination. We'll find it eventually. Okay, which means it's one of these 2. This kind of makes sense. It's connecting. So we'll turn off the Mongo. So we'll re-enable Mongo, the server. See if that one can connect. I'm seeing it. I'm seeing the connection. I see it being not connected. Await get client close. Okay, that one might help a bit. So let's set the URI accordingly. And you know what, just for paranoia's sake, let's actually console log this thing. Because I've just been assuming it's been good, but it might not be good. Let's crank it all back on, folks. Okay, so it's a local. Ooh, we got it again. Interesting. Very interesting. Let's look at the logs on this. Segmentation. I'm literally just getting segmentation faults here, buddies. Not the funnest error to have. Hey, we got two. Post install. No, I'm not doing that. Specifically, it's the client and the connecting. Can I be like, let's look at this client before we do all this stuff. Console, log. I don't care about that part. I care about the client. Just look at it. Have a good long stare at the thing. We need to close before. Okay. Mongo client. New host address, localhost. That looks like a perfectly happy client to me. Let's ditch the test. Turn 1 plus 1 to be 2. So let's see if it's test triggering that. Yeah, monster. I mean, tests are a little bit of effort that you don't necessarily, the client doesn't necessarily see. So you don't always see people implementing them. What a weird segmentation fault. It's specifically on the connect line, isn't it? And then I wonder why people don't do tests often, because this is the experience getting them working. Okay, so this is like just MongoDB connect. Okay, what if we don't do this weird logic? What if we use my actual database? Okay, we use the real database. Will everyone be happy if I use real database? Oh, not that line. Maybe it's the fact, so this is going to narrow it down. Is it the memory server, or is it literally not being able to connect to a database? Oof. So just get client connect. So this ain't good. Just test. I mean, yeah, I can start adding more flags to this. Verbose, detect open handles, all that fun stuff. Don't use this flag and it should work. Well, I'm not even. Well, I'm not using the flag, right? Right? Yeah, you're exactly correct, Monster All. Before all the test runs, so before a single test function runs, we run the code in before all. There are similar ones like as the after all, which runs after all the test code is done. There is before each, which runs before each individual test is ran, and these of course can be nested inside of describe blocks, so you can say only for these certain tests do you want to run code before and after and all that fun stuff. So you can customize the setup and teardown behavior of test accordingly, which is what I'm supposed to be doing here. Similar to middlewares, except they exist only on the ends. So they're pre-wares and post-wares. Yeah, the before each. Before each and before all, they're similar. The only difference is that when they execute. Before all is only once. Before each is before each. So yeah, you can think of them as, if thinking of it as the chain of things are happening. Here's your test. So this is the chain. You can have a before all or before each. Then you can have the afters over here after your test code. Then you can, if you have them all encapsulated, you can have more befores and more afters, and then they can pile up like middlewares, now that you say it like that. Let's do verbose to see what is going on here. We should stop console logging that thing. Let's stop all that stuff. Perhaps it's the attaching. You know, if we don't attach stuff, I'll find it. I'll find the piece of line eventually. So now I'm literally adding 1 plus freaking 2. Okay, great. So we made it that far. Let's start and stop the Mongo memory server. Just starting, stopping, and logging. We're not even using it. Lovely. It loves that. Huh. So it does love that. I can see that part. So I'm doing this logic kind of here. What if we didn't do? So we do need to connect at some point. So if we connect to the real one. So this is good. We just have a detect an open thing going around somewhere. So let's track that down before that explodes everything, because I think that's where my faults are coming from. I know it's not happening because we don't have our close in. Did you find it, Jest? Oh, great. Now you're not going to detect the thing. So now if I tell it to close, it should work. Hey, Jim, welcome on back. Hey, would you look at that? Get Heroku and the database builder. Nice. Yeah, I'm glad those explanations all panned out. Ooh, got the fork on there too. Fancy. I'm going to go check that out. See if you made any cool changes. Or if you just forked it so you had your own copy. Either way, I'm happy you found some use for it. Where's the page? Is it Insights? Oh, it was one of these pages. Network. Pew. There we go. Okay, yeah. Hey, I guess your fork don't show up here yet. But yeah, I'm happy you found some use from it there, Jim. Now, welcome back. We are over here fighting with test. Not the actual test, getting the test working. So, this is actually good. We actually had it not throw an error. So we are slowly but surely uncommenting lines until stuff catches on fire. Right, one problem with GitHub, sure thing. Rasmusman.github.io, simple folio. Could you check what is wrong? Okay. Yeah, you can always see everyone that's forked and made commits to your project. There's another tab somewhere, Monster, to see all the forks. I don't know where it is. Yeah, so I'm assuming, Rajaji, you're referring to the missing CSS. So let's look at the network tab. I assume when we turn off dark mode, first of all. There we go, this is the website. So we have a 404 here. Looking for some CSS. So that's one thing wrong. More CSS. Okay, so yeah, you got a few static assets not working. Let's check the raw console. Got lots of not founds. Loading script failed. All that failed. Yeah, so it's your static assets are not linked up. I can look at the repo real quick. What did we call it? Simple photo. Oh, that's not it. Is that not how it works? Maybe it's, we gotta type out that part. Simple photo. Working fine in Netlify. Okay, that is a good thing to know. Yeah, working very lovely. Oh, it might be on GitHub private. Okay, so let me see. So let's see if it's under another domain or another path. So it's expecting it to be available at root. Obviously, it's not available at root. Let's check out static. Nope, not on static. Public. Gotta spell things right though. Dist. Those are all the static assets usually would be. Oh, do a refresh. Okay. Oh, you made it visible on GitHub. Cool, cool, cool. Yeah, I will find the right tab for that now. I might have closed it. There we go. Let me do refresh. See if I can inspect the code and see what is up. There we go. NPM, lovely. Let's check out this code real quick. Oh, that might be the wrong one. There it is. I'm getting there. Maybe I'll just directly go to it since I'm failing at navigating repos. Simple folio. Maybe it isn't available. Maybe I don't know how to find it. Oh, 13 repositories. Oh, thanks for the link. I really needed to click that because I just couldn't find it on my own. Don't know why. Greatly appreciate it. Now let's start going through the tabs. Let's see. Package. Let's look at GitHub pages because that's the one that is sucking right now. Huh. I see they're all here. Interesting. Okay, let me go back to the production version now. I think I see it. So in index HTML. So I don't know what you generated this, like React or stuff, but the things are being absolute pathed. Where is it? Okay, well, come on, give me an example. It's because you're on simple folio. You're not on this. You're not here. You're here. So I'm not sure which tech this is exactly, but essentially you need to set the base URL to something like // so it will dynamically handle, or set the base URL to literally this page here, this URL here. Okay, so I'm trying to figure out what line all these, what the triggers are. Doctor, maybe it's in the head. Where is it? Show me your code. Yeah, fave icon is probably one of them. Yeah, so you see how it's going to / fave icon, not / simple follow fave icon. Well, don't know why that's not working. There we go. So you see how it works on the / fave icon, but not the raw one. Now if I look at your code, this is distributed, so not sure, or this is generated, so it'll be in package JSON and gh parcel. Clean, beautiful, portfolio template. Okay, so yeah, parcel's cool. So let me look in source. I'm not completely familiar with this. The HTML. So we have a relative there. Yeah, so I guess parcel is doing all the absolutes because I see no absolutes here. Okay, so parcel is the one responsible for it. Parcel. Is there no configuration? Parcel. So parcel subdomain or subpath. subdirectory for generate assets might be what we're looking for. That's not helpful. Okay, it'd probably be easier for me to just do a quick clone. Try to get this thing working locally. Because something, somewhere, it might be default settings, is not setting the base, which is important. No, not that one. Public URL. Maybe this is what it needs to be. Yes. Ooh, this is the bad. Here it is. Okay, here it is. I think I found it. So you're using nothing by default. We need public URL dot /. I think this is what we want. So npm run start or npm I. But yeah, I think what you want to do is you want to add. Let me try to get it at package JSON for simple folio. Build like that, right? Okay, we got a lot to install apparently, but I think what you want to do is add --public URL dot / to the end of your build command. We'll see if that's the magic trick as soon as this installs all the fun stuff. And I will test this locally by not using it to replicate the error by using a basic HTTP server and then turning it on. So don't worry, we'll get there, Rajaji. And it's happening because they're all expecting the static assets to be hosted at the root of the website, which is why Netlify is working, but this isn't. And GitHub Pages hosts them on a subpath, being the name of the repository. So let's see, npm run build. Then I want to, yeah, it should just build static assets, right? Yeah, building static assets. Yeah, Rajaji, it's because it's on / simple folio that it's all failing. If it was just on /, it wouldn't be failing. Okay, here comes the work. So if I start a HTTP server 8080 and I go to your distributed assets, it's going to fail, as we expect. But if I go to package.json and I append public URL dot / and I rebuild it, and first let me show that if I'm actually in the folder, this does not fail. So if it's absolute, see, it's absolute, there's nothing after this, it does not fail. But when I was not absolute, it did fail. Now if I add that special command flag to the end of it and rebuild it, it should still work on absolute. We'll go there first for for suspense, I suppose. Gotta wait for this to build. Do. There we go. So we go back into dist, start up a local server. We can see this is still working as expected when it's on the root. But now, when we start up a local server one folder above, and we go into dist. Hey, there we go. Okay, Raja, so here's your solution. On your build script, I'm just going to paste the whole thing in chat so you can literally copy and paste it. Change your build from what you currently have to that. You should, yeah, I think you should be able to safely copy and paste that. Oh, you use // but it doesn't work. Oh, you meant in the files. Yeah. You you gotta tell the builder to where you're hosting this static from. This is from React, Vue, Angular. You gotta do it for all of these. So, yeah, of course. Happy to have been able to help. And hey, it's a cool looking portfolio too. Very nice. Poof, there we go. Let's choose through some tabs. Lovely tabs. I think we made a little headway on this too, by the way. Let's see what we did here. So yeah, we did not crash. That's what we did. We did not crashed. Very good. Let's see if this line's gonna crash us. We're literally stepping through it line by line, folks. Okay, attach OpenAPI. You are the failure. You are the one who sucks. Which line of view is horrible? Let's comment all of these and see which one it is. It's not that one. Let's see what the next one is. Literally line by line. Oh, is it this dot forward being wrong? Because we changed public working directory? Okay, this is the failure. Huh. Paths. Okay, so let's do import path. Import path from path, and we use like some dir name logic, right? So paths is dir name plus. Oh, look, I didn't even need to. No, didn't do it. Okay, let's simplify things further. Start removing all the things, right? So if we have no dependencies, we have no API docs. Let's see, just express open API. Now that I've targeted down to one library, interesting. API doc was invalid. Understandable, I suppose. Must have required properties paths. Must have info. Must have swagger. Okay, fine. 2.0 paths, empty thing, info, empty object. Be happy. Actually, let's console log this while we're here. Just see what that looks like. Okay, what do we have here? Roku API path. That is a correct path. Unfortunate. Validating schema. Must have version. Find version 1.0.0. Title quotes, I guess. Okay. Be happy. So here's one bad thing. I see not including API doc like the original is making this work. Why is this? So I gotta literally look at it. Express. OpenAPI, see what that library is doing wrong. This does mean that it not necessarily was the issue of ECMAScript modules, though they probably made this more difficult. Man, what is wrong? Look at our test suite. Okay, so they have a test suite. I need to see how they use testing. Oh, here we go. Unable to test. There we go. Okay. Whew. We're making progress here. Oh, you're not getting segmentation fault. By adding an initialize. Huh. So yeah, this is not available. It's not what the issue I'm having. Okay, let's look at their test suite. Yeah, require before. What? That's not testing. That's. Is it in here? Nope, not in there. Okay. Routes glob, routes thing. I can do a routes thingy. Routes glob. Yeah, I can do both of these honestly. Be adding TS extension. I'm not using TypeScript, but I'm sure you'll be happy for it. Are you cool with that? Segmentation fault. Lovely, lovely, lovely. So there was a PR with jest involved. Nothing. Have I not spelled segmentation fault correctly? I have. Let's look at that one. Let's look at other issues in general. Drop that search. Drop that. Always does exception on Windows. That's interesting. Ooh, asking for support for ECMAScript. I'm already using ECMAScript. Uh-oh. That's a weird Windows thing. Don't care about that. 8.10. Let's see how they're handling that. I will test with Jess. That's what I'm trying. So let's see how they're literally doing it. So you have your OpenAPI using Swagger. Fine. Controller. Lovely looking controller. Connect and then initialize. Maybe I chuck in a validate API doc. Don't know why OpenAPI JSON is a separate file. Interesting. Oh, not that. Okay, so maybe it is API. Let's try to update the paths to point to something else. with nothing in it. Because that could be one of them failing me. What is my routine to get myself ready for coding? That's a good question. I don't really have a routine necessarily to prepare me for coding. It's more of, I don't know. I don't. Flow with the flow, yeah, go with the flow, flow with the go. That's definitely kind of my approach on it. I mean, it works for me for the most part. Okay, so this is a good thing. I found out one of these four are the bad one. So we're just gonna be like ripping out files. So we're just gonna rip out this file and we're gonna see if that was the bad file. And if it works, we're gonna bring back the original API doc. Ooh, so it's still one of these. Rip out that file. This is what happens sometimes when you work with automagical auto-importing libraries of awesomeness. They do stuff that apparently throws segmentation faults. We're running out of files here. Which one is it? Every file? Come on. Come on. You got to be kidding me. Okay, so at least go back to build, API doc, show names. So we're good there. We're good there. I don't know what this thing does, but I turned it on. We can turn these two back on. We know they're not the issue. So we've narrowed it down to a lot of stuff. Can ditch the client. Can probably use the error handler again. I can ditch these two lines. Ditch that one. Probably hook this thing back up, to be honest. Now that we know it is specifically the magically importing magicness of routes as failures. Okay, yeah, one failed because we don't have the thing in there. And the thing we're expecting is option Ventus test. What do I call it? Test show. Can't start working without preparing tea. I mean, that's not too bad. I mean, I guess if you're counting that as a routine, drinks are good. Do I seed a database before I execute my test? In my case, I will. If it's possible for your application to run without seeding, as in you can programmatically or test-based seed it, you can. Though that would lead to the fact that half of your test will depend on a few of your tests working. So it's generally, I suppose, better necessarily to seed your database for every test that needs database access. That is what I'm doing. I'm using a memory database, so it's not in the world, but I am seeding it with one data value that I need to have inside of it. Well, apparently, we are using charset. Yeah, thanks for coming by the way. Can make a boy. Hope your day, evening, or night is going well. I am making slow but steady progress here. I think we can ditch this describe now. The slowest of steadiest. Oh, what is this? No problem. Yeah, of course. Coding on a Saturday night as well. Yeah. It's where you get all the free time, ain't it? For sure. No other way. I'm closer than I ever have been on this particular problem, so all I gotta do is figure out what to do. So show info, show name seems like the easiest of them. So we'll drag that file back into the mix. If this keeps failing, I might have to rewrite my thing to not use path, but instead use what? Operations? Okay, segmentation fault. Let us simplify this to the minimum. So you get no JS.comments, you get literally nothing. You don't even get a parameter, you get an object. A is B. Now work. I'm using export default, which is ECMAScript. Module exports. Maybe I have to drop it down to that format. In that case, I'm going to have to drop it to, what do you call it? Still segment file. What if the file is empty? Losing my mind. Just to work. Okay, lovely. Absolutely loving this. So let's undo all of this. And let's not use paths. Yeah, we're getting there, Raja G. We found out that even if the file is empty, it freaks out. That's progress. It is progress. Despite how it doesn't feel like progress, it is progress. So there was an option that's like, you don't have to use paths, you can use other thing. We're going to use other thing at this point. Tell me what the other thing was, code. Args path and args operations must not both be empty. Great, let's use operations. How does this work? Probably should read the docs on it. Hey, thanks for the follow, M. Bradley. Hope everything is going well with you. Pass import. I'm over here slowly making progress. Ooh, segmentation fault with import. Maybe this is what I'm having. Please be my issue. Please be my issue. Oh, this isn't what I'm doing. Okay. I just need more information, I think. I think I can figure this out with more information. So let's not give up just yet. Ditch that, because I know that's not doing anything. Let's leave that there. Yeah, it might be pretty. Just show me how to do this. Do this. Use seg fault handler. Just run npm install. Sure, I'll install some random module. I am desperate. I might have to fill out a bug report with this people. Be like, please fix the stuff. Oh, open the server file. I was almost there. Almost there. Don't open file. Open server file. I am in the server file. I'm trying not to lose it. I'm losing it a little. Port seg fault handler from seg fault handler, whatever. Do the thing you're supposed to do. Do your job. Boom, there it is. That's very useful to me. Internal, isolate, run host, import module, dynamically callback, handle. I was hoping to get more actionable information than this. Yeah, this is not giving me enough. Dynamic import call. We're doing it, folks. We are fixing this issue one way or another. Might have to go in the package, I'm not sure where. Oh, not those. Package, it's gotta be in there. Oh, this is the mono repo. Great, Express OpenAPI, you're the one. Yep, unopinionated, la-di-da-di-da-da. Where do you import all your stuff from? AJV, Express, OpenAPI types, query, this thing here. Yeah, these are all my types. Base path. This is a lovely file. Maybe I can tell you be verbose. Is there a verbosity section on you? Why aren't you auto-completing now? You have tons of stuff. Great. Security. Interesting. Not useful at all. Okay, this is the thing. We do the thing. Docs path, security filter, custom framework arguments. Lovely. Create a new framework. Then initialize it. Visit API for base path. Sorry, UI support. Love that. Visit operation. Essentially, it's this part. Framework initialize. Who defines that? Express OpenAPI, OpenAPI framework initialize. This is it. Security, API, paths, routes. Here it is, here it is, here it is. To absolute by dictionary. FS routes, filter, map. There it is. Await import FS routes item dot path. CommonJS and module export appears. Export default appears. I can do that. I can do that for you. Module export equals this. Are you happy? Be happy. Please be happy. I will go into your source code and I will start console logging things if this don't work. Okay. We're doing it. I will find you and I will make you work. No, it's the unreadable version. I love unreadable code. Routes check map. Please be searchable. Yes. Here it is. So, console log trying to load. Yep. Glad it knows I'm loading. What is video loading effect in YouTube called? Anyone knows? Video list loading. Huh. The video loading effect in YouTube called. So I guess loading progress indicator, something like that. Or video list loading. You mean the spinny thing? Like the spinny thing? That's a loading indicator. Referring to the actual process in which they load videos, they're probably using HLS, or which is HTTP live streaming, to send their videos over M3 U8 format, whatever that format's called, to send the gray and waves of light grays. Let me try to identify this from left to right. Try to see what this is. Oh, you mean the shimmering on all these boxes that were gray before. If you're referring to that shimmering thing, those are called, oh gosh, are they called skeletons? MUI shimmering. Yeah, so MUI, they're called skeleton components, where they basically sit there and they have the shape of what should eventually show up. and then they're replaced by the actual content. So a placeholder preview of your content before data gets loaded to reduce load times. Shows, here it is, skeletons. I think this is what you're talking about. This one's really glowy. Apparently they support different shapes, but yeah, I think they're called skeletons using React 2. Hey, if you use an MUR, then you're basically one import away, aren't you? Yeah, this is exactly what you want. Oh, hey, look, there's literally YouTube's theme. Hey, of course. Yeah, pretty cool stuff. Trying to load undefined. I found it, everyone. This is it. Undefined. We found it. Don't know why it's undefined. No, you're not using it. Well, fortunately, at least you know the name of it, so you can find something else that allows you to use it. Path. Oh, you know what I want, don't you, Copilot? Yes, I do. I want trying to load and loaded. So this is an ESX import thing, you know? So trying to load and then it fails to actually load. So let's console log what this thing is. Loading with whatever incarnation import is. Await import. So I'm not seeing anything wrong with this, aside from the fact that there's a space in here. Okay, here we go. Segmentation fault when doing this. Should I experimental modules? Blocks or transition ESM modules. Ha! I know it. Stopping some transitioning. Critical issue. Wow. So yeah, this is... I found my people. Everyone else who hates this issue. Just light runner. Do I have to use some other weird thing? Well, at least I found everyone else that also runs into this problem. Do I have to run the experimental VM modules? So, node. Let me try, because I wasn't running the experimental VM thingamabob. Let's run that. Hey, you deployed your site with the public URL? Nice. Let's go check it out. Oh, yeah, I got a link. Let me go find the other link, because that's not the one. There we go. Let me click on that. Hey, looking good. Didn't realize I had a light theme. But yeah, congratulations. Glad to see it working. Oh no, it always has a light theme. My dark reader was making it dark for me. Yeah, but hey, looks lovely. Now you got it up on Pages and Netlify. Very fancy. Okay, so we're losing some features. Maybe I'll use this thing. This thing looks really cool. Actually, let's see if that worked. I'm trying to import a file after environment is tear down. Cannot use import outside a module. Okay, I'm just console logging you. Hang on there, buddy. Mocha has supported ESM from that version onwards. I might just migrate to Mocha if it sucks that much. Dir name is not defined. I know that won't fix it, but I will modify it so you will be happy. Another lovely segmentation. Okay, so npmi Mocha. We are slowly making our progress way, folks. npx Mocha. No test files found. npx Mocha. Source. I figure it out. API test. Run the tests, please. Before all is not defined. Okay. I will shove this code until it gets working. Do I use live server? I don't use the npm module, but I do use the VS Code extension that probably uses the live module. I mean, you literally saw me using simple HTTP server testing your stuff. Usually that's what I want if I need a live server real quick. Because essentially this just, I guess this does have some watching and stuff built in. Yeah, I've never used live server in particular. I've used the VS Code extension live server, but never live server directly. To be honest, it's probably what is used under the hood. Just never took it out for a spin myself. Let's leave these uncommented. I'm paranoid. Okay, so it's not called before all in the land of Mocha. It's called just before and after. Lovely. Please work. Whoa, what is that? Test is not defined. It. Module is not defined in ECMA Mongo scope. File is being treated as an ES module. That's right, because I changed you. Export default. Please work. Show name is not defined in dependencies. Looking good. This is looking good. Okay, let's do some stuff. I at types because I installed that. Let's uninstall that. npi save dev at types dot mocha. Drop that. Looking good. Now I need to update and fix my server. Okay, I broke this really bad, I know. Might as well re-add validate API doc. Why not? We're going crazy. Okay, are we good with that, Mocha? Please be cool. You're cool, I'm cool, we're all cool. Success! Ooh, yeah, we got progress. We ran a test and we passed it. All it took was for us to throw away Jest and use Mocha. Jest, you suck. Mocha, you're awesome. Whew. With all that, I am ready to actually write some good tests. We also got a console log line around here somewhere. Let's get rid of that. Let's get rid of all this bad, disgusting, horrible code that didn't work. Okay, let's update some packages. So we're not using Jest, we are using Mocha. Those who don't know the difference, Jest is the kitchen sink, everything included, super opinionated library. That does not work kindly with ECMAScript modules, and Mocha is the one that's kind of, it's like a kit. Like if you ever got those model car kits where it's all in pieces and you can fully customize it to your heart's content, it is the unopinionated test framework. And it works pretty well. It works pretty well in my opinion. It does, it just does, it works. It doesn't do weird stuff. npm run test. Yeah, Raja G. GG. 84 minutes getting this thing working. What the heck did I just run that? Should traverse. I don't know what I just ran, but I ran a bunch of tests apparently. What kind of test did I just run? What the? I'm very happy. I mean, the tests are so crazy that they're testing things I don't even have. Like, what is this? Who's JSON schema traverse? Oh, it's probably running something in, what do you call, outside things. Okay, so we only want to test. Nope, I didn't mean to delete that. API test. Okay, so we want to test those file, Mocha. It's not, I know you're awesome, but let's not test the universe. Hey, GG, that's working beautifully. Now let's see Mocha coverage. Oh, we're about to do something really fun, folks. Yeah, look at all those tabs that no longer exist. Let's just test things you don't believe in. I mean, basically, Raja G. So something in Node modules apparently has working tests, and it was like, let's test all this stuff. Yeah, whoa, dude. Look at that, 11 hours. Get in that flow, you know? Just in the flow. I'm really in the flow now that I finally got this thing working. Yeah, Jest. Be gone, Jest. We are no longer friends with Jest. We are friends with Mocha. Jest is not our friend. We also don't want Babel or whatever, all this other. Look, we don't want that either. Look at all the stuff we get to delete. Hey, whoa, dude. How has your remaining bit of the day been going, I suppose? RMR, node modules, because we want to delete all of them and reinstall from scratch. Yeah, fun fact, if you ever go with Jest and you get weird errors, just go to another testing library. Don't try and fix it. You won't be able to. It's not worth the effort. Taking an off day, yeah, you gotta have them. PII. Or is it Istanbul? Or it is NYC. There we go. Yeah. My off day is gonna be tomorrow, because this one has been a jammed pack one. Okay, let's see. Porter equals text. That's actually, yeah, let's just put some stuff on here. So yeah, we got the tests working, and now we need to get the coverage working. Because what's the point of doing tests if you don't have line coverage, folks? Well, I could probably bring all my I can fix my code again. Yeah, I can put all this stuff back together. Every set of yours is jammed pack. Yeah, every Saturday of mine. Yeah, I try to. That's ain't got much time during the week, so I make use of it when I can. And so the coverage ain't really showing much fun stuff here. Package JSON. Once more, let's try it. Reporter equals text, Mocha, all the things. NYC show all files, right? NYC Mocha not detected. Yeah, it's not seeing stuff. Oh no, not another ECMAScript module thing. Not again. Ah, it's an open ticket. All in the NYC RC. No, appears been known for months. There's some discussion on using C8. I will use whatever library you have. Experimental. It's now considered stable. Hooks. Istanbul ECMAScript loader hook. The hook needed for NYC expresses. Okay, let's go down to the bottom. What's y'all's solution? Swapping out with C8, which works like a charm. I would love to hear a charm. Let's go check out the charms, folks. No, we're escaping. I'm trying another module first before I fight this one to tooth and nail. C8, never heard of them. I'm about to become best friends with this thing, though, if it works. Hey, Roger G, thanks for the hydrate. We're gonna need it for this next battle. Okay, C8. So we are no longer friends with Istanbul or NYC. We're now friends with C8. C8 is our new best friend. Tell me how to use it for Mocha. Just show me an example. I would like an example. C8 Mocha. Maybe it's a drop-in replacement, right? C8 do the thing. Do the thing? Well, this is good. This ain't bad. Ooh, look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Look at... Wait a minute. That's way too much green. Now it's working too well, doggone it. Okay, how do I generate reporter, right? What options do I have? Show me my reporters. So yeah, I want to use a reporter. Can I do the HTML? I would like some HTML. Show me the pretty files. Come on. Come on. Oh, this is looking good. Firefox coverage index HTML. Woo, this is very unreadable at the moment. Oh, it's blinding, but it's the best thing we get to read. Okay, we have all this stuff going on. So our tests have like... Okay, why are you doing this, Dark Reader? Okay, our test... I'll turn you off, jeez. So our tests have full coverage, as expected. They're testing themselves amazingly. Ooh, it looks like random. Ooh, okay, this is it, folks. This is what we came here to do. So as we can see here, our tests have not tested this code. This is the whole point of line coverage. You write test, and it tells you what lines you missed. So it's like you missed some lines here, and you can be over here and be like, let's look at this file, and it's like, you missed some lines everywhere but here. You ran this line like twice, apparently. So, well, we missed all these lines. So, this is what is going to guide my testing process. It's what guides most of my testing process. Writing enough code to get rid of all the angry red stuff. So, with that... with that crazy chaos we just went through, we get to prettify this thing up. Yeah, Mocha with C8. Now that we have all of that, we have one test written, and that's the only test we need. I'm going to clean up, get rid of all this other junk, and kind of clean up the mess that I Tasmanian deviled my way through the code base with. So what is that file? That is NYC output. I don't think we have that anymore. Oh, and another thing it does is I'll show you this. This is a cool VS Code extension. It's not gonna work. None of this other stuff has been working. Why would it work? Coverage gutters. Yeah. Oh, it works. Look at that. So VS Code extension called coverage gutters. It's a funny thing. It basically takes your generated coverage from that test thing, C8, not NYC, best friends of C8, and it puts it right over here. So instead of going to that index.html file, as you write your test and you have them automatically reload, you can see the green, like the red, slowly poof away with every test you write. So it's another thing to keep you in the editor from jumping around to different windows. And you can just I didn't have to go to any files to see this. It's just right there. I'm glad one thing worked as expected. Okay, let's clean these files up. So yeah, that's technically not a random test. Yeah, what do we want to move this? We want to call this... Okay, we got a little bit more code messing around to do with, but... Yeah, let's go with the rest of the code first. So we update our getIgnore with coverage. 11 that. Let's rerun the test, just for paranoia's sake. We updated our controller with getClient. Awesome sauce. We updated our database with variabilizing our client. Gotta love it. We moved our server into index.js, which now I'm thinking about in hindsight, probably didn't, or we needed to handle the listen, so yeah. We could shove more of this back into the main file eventually. We installed Mongo, all those good things that we need. We updated our server with segfault handler. No, we didn't. We dropped our database from that page. We don't import those files. We export our error handler, our attachment. We do fun validation. And we export that. Okay, loving that. And of course we updated our package lock because gotta have that hanging around. And technically, we have added Mocha and the testing framework. Add testing framework. Whew. And as you can see, I did not add my test because it's in the wrong place doing the wrong thing. But that's completely acceptable because we're adding another test somewhere up here to do the boring stuff. So this is boring stuff basically. I'm just gonna call you, I don't know, index.spec.js. We'll drag you out, out here. Seems like a good place for you to live. You live outside now. You're an outside folder. Package JSON. Yeah, not API test, normal test. And then dependencies is angry. Babel is extra. I don't have Babel. Don't know what you're talking about. And now we have this lovely index spec. So this is going to test stuff in our server. npm run coverage. Let's see if we can get real fancy. Watch. Now a watch command essentially, oh, that did not work. Require npm run coverage. Hey, thanks for the follow, Sad Dragon with question. Oof, okay. I hope your question can be answered, if not by me, then by someone in chat. Don't be sad too much, Dragon. Okay, so I'm trying to do a watch. Obviously, it's very uncool if they require an ES module not supported. What if I don't? What if I'm not an ES module? Like this port should be an index.js. Oh, that's awkward. Port. I don't know how that made it out. Well, not gonna question it, folks. Mocha watch. I don't think watch can be ECMAScript 6 watching with Mocha. Oh, give you some Babel stuff. I'm not really interested in that. Oh. Mocha RESM. That sounds neat. Maybe that'll just work. Like everything else has just worked. It's also hard to tell which one the watch is being applied to. Well, so we go ahead and install that. npm save dev esm. Don't know what that is. You want to use Mocha watch. You want to test in parallel. I can do that. Not a real big fan of that. Require double hyphen require. Let's run the non-coverage. Maybe I'm asking for too much. Normal test with watch. Let's do a double require. Require ECMAScript. Let's try put the watch inside the thing. Require spell check. Yeah, you caught it. You caught it just as I did. Requite. Require ES module. Mocha. Duplicate of 3006. Mocha 7.1.10. What version am I running? I'm running version 10. What's wrong here? Here at 8. Until NYC, you can use C8. Okay. C8 all include reporter. Ooh, recursive, huh? I can do that. Recursive. Sounds fancy. I'll turn that off. This is turning off watch. Of course it's gonna work. Whoa, let's not do that. Give me flashbacks. Let's not do recursive apparently. Maybe we don't even want require ESM. Maybe we're fine without it. Okay, we're fine without that too. Let's go back. Everyone go back. Back up. Whew, okay, let's stay away from whatever that is. Yeah, so we'll just do a little node mon. Yeah, how do I do this? I think we can just do that. npm run coverage watch. That'll just work basically. Before is not defined. Yeah, I just want to execute an arbitrary script. I need the first special flag. I can do special flags. Lovely. It does the thing. It generates. Then we have multiple reporters. I kind of need that. lcov, right? We're about to find out. C8 multiple reporters. I don't really want to Google it. I'm just gonna assume it works. So I'm gonna go to my index test. I'm gonna write some code. About time to get to writing some code, huh, folks? So this is going to be code to test our error handler. Index HTML returned. That is correct. API docs JSON returned. There we go, we can do this one pretty easily. Figure it out, Copilot, request app, get API docs JSON, expect 200, expect JSON, expect, yeah, you're doing too much expecting now. You should just expect some JSON. A comma would help to go a long way. So if we save it and rerun it, good. And if we look here, we turn on coverage gooders. Kind of hard to tell. Turn it back off. With that dot skip, we should see this update. You see the green go away. Any moment now. Okay, let's turn a watch on. That is not doing exactly what I was expecting. It's okay though. We can test this one instead. So yeah, I guess that's working. I guess it's not. We'll find out at a later date. But for now, we can test that this is working. Because as you can see, it's red, which means it's not, because show info is conditional on if we're requesting a show. So if we make a... Actually, none of this is working because it's literally not being ran. We can tell that by going to Firefox, Coverage, Index, HTML. Let's close some more tabs since we made progress. Too many tabs. Reopen that one. We can see under API server. Apparently API docs is being tested. Glad to hear. It's probably through this validate or whatever. But we can see this endpoint is not being hit. So if we now hit this endpoint with search works, I don't know. Search, expect content type, HTML. That's all I care about. I don't care about the rest. Then we sit there and wait. Ooh, look at that. The red turned to green. This is it, folks. We're doing the magic. So describe. So we're describing search. Returns. So I guess this is one of the ones that's not really validated. Returns nothing. Search expects that. Let's see the actual returned EJS quotes we got. What was the thing where it says no quotes found is what we should expect. Actually, we might find a lot since it's an empty query. We'll find out. Boom, returns nothing. Now, if we search, and again, we're searching an empty database. So if we search now, we have show test one there, quote, test quote, season 1, episodes 1, timestamp is date, well, it's 0. Well, it's 54. You know, let's run with that seed data and see how it looks. Should still get nothing. Good. Quote, so it returns quote when you are not there. Don't want to just blinded myself. So how are the query parameters? Again, this is manual, so it is question mark query. Query equals quote. Yeah, we'll go full text. So we should not expect no quotes found. Remember, when always running your test cases, make sure they fail first before they succeed. Expected 200, got 500. That is fine for me. Text index required. So at one point, so that code got lost, didn't it? Oh, it's in my script, I bet. Yeah, this is where the index creation is. Great, so this is a thing, not fault of the test. This is fault of the, whatchamacallit, this thing here, right? So I wonder if we can do it before. Well, let's grab the collection, I suppose. Collection equals this lovely code, a semicolon. We love my semicolons. That's disappointing. We should see a show. No, it's not good. Very not good. We're supposed to be seeing some data in here. So we insert one, show, test, show, quote, test, quote. So let's see the path that was followed. So, because I know we used our controller at this point. Yeah, so this happened. We searched. Since query length was greater than 3, we use a text with a regex. We use the magic regex, case instead of regex. Got them back. What can I do then? Then console log. I just want to see the body at this point. Oh, I don't want to see all that. Oh, here's content. Okay. So I did. It queries in there. We have forms. No quotes found. Huh. It's not called quote, is it? It's called text. The goldfish in my brain is really trying here, folks. Okay, so we got one error. Lovely. Let's see what went wrong. Cannot read undefined to lowercase. Quotes. What line are we looking at? Quote dot show to lowercase. Well, it has a show. The show is test show. Losing my mind on this one. Let's see what this insert script looks like. So this thing works. Show season episodes timestamp text. Show season episodes timestamp text. So it is being inserted. Aha. Nope, that's. I thought I had aha. I did not. Cannot read properties of undefined reading to lowercase. I was pointing at 107, which is kind of weird and annoying. Let's look at EJS. Look at all the two lower cases we got. Show. I should initialize this as an empty string. Actually, I don't know if that initialization would help. We'll find out. Turns quote. There we go. We instead got a quote. Okay, so don't know if that breaks stuff, but we'll see how that works. A intelligence. How you doing? Yeah, that's not the first time I've gotten that reaction. I am just in the flow. Sleeps for the week, as they say, and all that. After I fought Jess to get tests working, then I fought NYC to get tests working. I finally got tests working. And now I want to actually write them after fighting so much. How is your night going, I guess? Yeah, never disrupt, never. So 1 plus quote found. Props. Yeah, I mean, like I said, just got in the flow. Pretty good flow. I mean, I'm so close, I'm basically like, I might as well go for the 12 hours at this point. Do gotta wake up tomorrow, unfortunately, so can't go much further than that. What am I searching for? Oh. Searching for anything. So, Animaniacs, Friends, all this stuff. Now, if I give a show name, I won't get that show spat out twice. Okay, I do. Features change. I change the feature. I am the author of the spec. I can say what goes and doesn't go. What's happening is the show's not being passed here, right? Yeah, I don't care about it anymore. I have stopped caring. Okay, back to the test. So we return 1 plus... Actually, it's literally a 1. I don't know why it's a plus at this point, but I'm too afraid to ask. Yay! And we look at our pretty thing. The green is lovely. Okay, great. Let's ask one. Returns quotes. Let's ask it if we give it a show. And show equals none. I should return no quotes found. Show filters out. What do you call this? Filters out quote. Sure, I don't really care how we do it. I just want this line to get ran. Oh, look at it, turns green. Look, satisfaction. Okay, that was a good one. We got that working. Again, this is not designed to test the front end, so whatever it spits out, I don't really care. There will be other tests for the front end. This is just the server. Error handler. Let's get this error handler going. Describe global error handler. It outputs handles API. It doesn't handle it. It displays API errors. So if we make the fancy request, but we do something dumb, how do we trigger the error handler? We have to actually do something dumb. I actually need to trigger the error handler. So I guess this isn't necessarily... Yeah, I wish it was that easy. Copilot. That ain't it. So yeah, let's go ahead and import we're using Mocha, so we're gonna import our native things, import assert from assert. I think I remember this. Power assert, that's the thing that I used before. I don't remember. Yeah, we're importing assert from assert because we don't have expect anymore. So we're going to assert. So we're just gonna call error handler. So this is an error any. So we're going to mock this our way through this particular one because we are testing that it does the right things given the right inputs. So if we give it something an instance of error, it will pass it on. New error. My error, and then we give it request, which does nothing, response, don't care, and the next. So this is where we pass our done. So this should be assert is if error. Don't know if that went wrong. Power assert. could store it in a variable and just do a strict, simple equality. Oh, that's not the impeding knowledge I remember. There we go. We should expect deep strict equal, or I guess we'll just use deep equal. Good enough. We assert that they are equal. And then we'll call done accordingly. I know, could have promised this. Too late. So yeah, this thing should get in a little bit more green. Underscore is not defined. Of course. We pass you objects instead. Enjoy the objects. Lovely. Turn green for me. Turn green. Turn. Lovely. Now we want a dot status and a dot send. So let's do that one. It passes along normal errors, displays API errors. So let's look at, we have status and an array of errors. So error equals 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3 ABC. Great thing is that these values don't matter because we're just checking they exist. So we pass to this, we're going to be given two methods, status, which will return a thing, status, which will return a thing. Well, this is going to be a function. Oh, look at that. Fancy. Okay, this is good. So, we're going to add some curlies around some point. More curlies. There we go. Love me more curlies. There we go. So this is a function, so we're going to do assert deep equal. Wait, where'd that go? Ah, it went outside. Assert deep equal code. Which is which again? Actual and expected. So actual is code, and expected error status. Lovely. Let's make sure I'm doing these right. Actual. Which one is it? Left is actual. Right is expected. I should order these right. That will help for the logs. Gotta love our logs. Lovely, that's good. Now we're going to send body. We're going to expect the actual body to equal error dot errors. Okay, when with all that happiness happening, full coverage should be here. Timeouts took 2,000. Disappointing. So the done never got called. So we called status and we called send, but the done never got done. Interesting. Which one failed? The after all hook for index HTML. That's an interesting one to fail. Run it again. Might have a flaky test lying around. Flaky test. Not the worst in the book. We will survive. Kids, look at this lovely file. Look at all that green, folks. So much green. Have you ever seen so much green? Woo. Loving that. Let's look at the database. Database, so much green. We're not handling that weird error. We could. Let's handle it. How would I even handle that? Okay, I don't think it's worth handling anymore. Gonna ignore that line because we don't need it. Show me the magic comment. Istanbul, ignore next. There we go. So this is a magic comment that you can place, and it will ignore that line for test coverages. Help you get that percentage up and top where we like it. Lovely. And now if we look at it, okay, maybe we have to use C8. Ignore lines. So it's C8 ignore next. Gotcha. Everyone's got their cool brand. I'm just gonna assume I got it right. Poof! Ta-da! 100% coverage. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Man, it's already looking pretty good so far. Got all these to test, but let's look at this one. Controller. Yeah, okay, so we have more filtering, but this is specifically on the API half, so I'm done with index. Now, as of course, there can be more to actually test. The lines don't necessarily reflect what's going on. But it means the code's being ran, which in my book means if something was wrong, something was drastically wrong, we would see it by now. We open another folder, API. I guess I don't need another folder. Random spec.js. So it's essentially testing the behavior of the random endpoint. Now this is where we got a little bit of wet code here. Okay. I don't know, I think I'm honestly fine with a little bit of copy and paste. Maybe we'll just do setup.js. Hey Jim, yeah, I'm still going, still in that flow state. I should put that in here. Export default function, actually an arrow function. That will just do this magic. We're gonna do some imports though. Oh, we're gonna need a lot of imports. Gonna need this one. And this one. Yeah, lots of imports this one needs. And attach OpenAPI. Can we just automatically? Automatically. Yeah, Jim. Just got in that flow state, you know? Import setup from setup.js. Hopefully it's like automatically cool and it works. App is not defined. That's cool. I pass you app. You now have app. Some TypeScript magic to that. Yeah, almost at 12. I probably will be finishing at 12 at the rate I'm going, because 30 more minutes, I'm going to have the rest of my tests done. The rest of my back-end test. I don't care about the front-end test. With the monstrosity I spent fighting Jest and then NYC to get the back-end test work, I know I'm going to be, it's not going to be an easy fight to get the front-end ones. Or maybe it will be. The battle is over. I'm not willing to find out tonight, though. That is for sure. 12 hours yet. So, yeah, everything's catching on fire right now. It'd be nice if it didn't. RS. Restart. Oh, yeah, so. I was like, you don't need that. It's like, no, we both need that file. There we go. Resave again. Oh, look at all the green, all the green, all the green. You see, it's all been a conspiracy theory, you know? This GitHub green squares, it's all conditioning y'all to enjoy the green check marks when you see test. It's all been a conspiracy theory to get you to write tests and enjoy seeing them pass. So we have that set up. Let's get random in here. Gotta do all those imports. And these two, we need all the imports. Now line 1, please. Don't need error handler, thankfully. Now the great thing about this is that it's a pretty easy one. Line all of them. Unfortunately, it don't do that. You gotta give it a number. I wonder if you can give it like line 1 to 1,000,000 or something though. Now your guess is as good as mine. I do gotta fix that message. That message ain't supposed to show up for every time you run the commando. So yeah, that's just it. Right. Returns random quote. I don't know what it's like. Get commit messages. What do you really want to say? Oh, look at this. Look at this. I guess not. Line 1, 2. Let's see if the number works. Line. I guess not. Line 1 to. Oh, it's disconnected. No wonder it is. I had it turned off. I guess when VS Code died at some point. Line 1 to 100? Nope. Line 1 to 4? Okay, so I guess it's you can't give it like 1 to 1,000,000. Plus I have to have it turned on, so yeah, a lot of things need to be happening. So let's see. If we get API random 200 application JSON, we expect it to contain test quote? Nah, we don't. We expect it to match an exact object. Now fail and tell me what that object is. My test didn't run. Oh yeah, because my test is coverage watch can't find new files. Understandable. 0 to 999. Nah, I don't do it. Oh, what is this endpoint looking like? What incarnation? I didn't ask for this. Query is test, show is test to match 1 quote found, but this crashed. Expected. Okay, what's going on here? What is tarnation? 2 plus quotes found. Wait, how do we get so many quotes in there? Okay, I need to run them in parallel. So what's happening is both tests are being ran out once because they can do that, but we don't want them to run them all at once because I have written bad code that uses one database. So we want them to run sequentially. Really? I have to install something? I want to install something. 28,000. Maybe it's safe to install. I'll probably turn this back on. Download all the internet. Ain't no command for that, unfortunately. Okay, let's install this thing. See how badly we have to fiddle with this to get it working. Mocha parallel test example. Oh, you literally, it's a drop-in replacement. Oh, that would be the easiest package I've ever seen in my life. You just drop in replace. So instead of Mocha, we are, well, technically this is only, what's it? No, we want to run them all. npm run coverage watch. Hey, thanks for the hydrate and posture there, Jim. Oh great, it's another error. No. You were supposed to save us. Not do this. Okay, well, that was a great idea. Don't think we're getting through that. massive difference between the other library, apparently. Let's try the other one. Maybe it'll work. Oh, Mocha version 8 supports it by default. Yeah, I just installed some useless library. I mean, now useless. Sure, it was useful back in the day. Close the tab, please. Okay, IBM, load me them docs. Use the parallel flag. Ooh, that sounds lovely. So, reporter, Mocha, parallel flag. I can do that. Please just work. I'd be really happy. Hey. Okay, perfect. It fails. So we have one quote in the thing, and it's returning that as expected. Okay, so this is the part where we need to actually add some other stuff. Insert mini. Although, I'm trying to think. How do I want to do this? I could be all weird, make separate build-ups and tear-downs. I don't really care about it right now. I don't really care. So we're just going to add multiple objects, and we'll write it in a way that the other test cases will be happy. Great. Another one. Season 2. Episodes 2. Timestamp 95.46. Yeah, I'll give these decibels to be realistic. There we go. Now when I ask for random, eventually I should get the thing. So while true, essentially we're just going to keep on asking until we get it. Alright, so const quote equals await request app. Const scene equals new set. Yeah, we'll write all code words here, why not? Wait, so yeah, get expect blah blah blah. Now, test. So I don't care about the thing. Actually, I do care about the thing, but I don't care about that much of the thing. So we're just gonna be like auto format console log quote scene dot add quote dot text. Oh, I have to do response dot text, do I? Or can I do body? Text. JSON. Yeah, I can use JSON. And was that GitHub suggesting it, or what's a request response? I don't know, just give me the type. Okay, what do you resolve to? You result to a super test. I love that. Extends, expect, end, callback handler. Yeah, wait, but what kind of response is this? A super agent response. Well, what's that? Body. We have a body and we have text. So I guess I want body. Yeah, so if we equal 2, then we done. Unresolved, unexpected reserved word. Ooh, I used a bad word. Well, don't know which one that was. Let's chop that away. Oh, that's not how shapes go. So yeah, I'm using a bad word apparently. Which one is it? So it's somewhere in there, and this should stop after 5 seconds. Okay, apparently it's don't have a timeout. Oh, async. I was missing the async. There we go, returns random quote. Actually, I do want to see the quote though. Console log quote. I want to see it. Show it to me. There we go. Now I can say return the assert. Hey, yeah, of course. Thanks for coming on by and such, Jim. Yeah, I'll be winding down soon enough, don't worry. Deep strict equal scene equals a new set of test quote mother one. Hopefully that matches. Ah, that should probably be in an array, hey folks? Should loosely deep equal another one test quote. Okay, so I guess they're not deep strict equal. Drop that console log while we're here. Ah, test versus text quote. Case would help. So if we use a normal deep equal, it should be cool. Hey, it is looking cool. I'm not really running the under test though, because it didn't fail. Interesting. Maybe. Okay, so right now I have this command like this. I think it's only receiving the one. That's why this whole thing is working. Test. And this might again resolve, so I might have to put this in quotes for it to not do that thing it's doing. Okay, Mocha parallel. It's not doing its thing. That's the way it says. Put this in quotes. No files found for test. Well. Interesting. What if I order them the other way around? I say random first and index last. Ah, the parallel tests were a lie. A lie. Okay, which means let's try to make this thing cool. Create. Can you be different instance binary spawn auth db name ip ripple set unused option. Glad to hear it. So let's try, we'll drop the parallel, see how badly things get. To match one quotes, instead we got, wait a minute, it's two quotes because I literally have two quotes in there at this point. 2 plus quotes. Okay, so that's a test that's, wait a minute. Okay, we have two of the same one though. That's the problem. So if I can create this differently. Oh, not there. Don't know where that went. So if I create you with a special, if I make you different, you should be cool, right? So we have spawn options. Custom spawn options detached. argv. Okay, I don't care about that. I want you to be on the custom cool port. Instance binary check MD5. Nope. Instance options auth DB name, IP, purple set, extends these options, which is args, port. Hey, there's a port. If we use 2 different ports, this should automatically work. Okay, so if we just say cost port equals math.random times what? Oh, look at that. It did the math. Thank you, giving me a randomized port. So what do I want now? I need instance, and this will be options of port, DB port. And now I close the fangs. Oh, where is it? Dancing with symbols. Where is it? There we go. So I give it a random port, then the parallel test should be fine. Returns quote. Wait a minute. I want them to run sequentially though. I can't believe I've done it the wrong way this whole time. Mocha steps. 2021, someone said it helped them. Let's try it out. Yeah, it's got a fair amount of installs. Mocha with require Mocha steps. Oh, you're gonna make me do a different thing. This better be working. npm run. Oh, I just broke that. So I was modifying it as they were modifying it, so it got all messed up. One more time. Be nice if it just worked. Interesting. Test shows seasonal map only 1. It's not what's supposed to happen. There's literally only 1 in the database. Oh, I'm supposed to use step, not, what do you call it? It. Okay, so everywhere I'm using it, I just use step, right? So, to the test files. Yeah, all my autocompletes are super confused. That's okay. Is this only per file, though? Because I got a feeling it's only per file. Ah, it is. Here we go, run test file sequentially. 1 by 1, darn it. In a row, perhaps. Oh, root level hooks. Am I literally supposed to call setup only once? Is that the thing? If that's the thing, I've been doing this wrong the whole time. Seriously? I had no idea. Thought each file was its own describe block. Okay, which means I probably didn't need to put it in its own function, but too late now. Great, this is working. Let's look at that level of coverage. Gotta turn this off because it is blind as a bat. On, turn off. There we go. So if we look in there, not much changes there. Yeah, so path's pretty high, API pretty high. All we're missing is some more filtering. But if we look at our random's doing its job. We can create some show info now. So let's look at random and copy it. Copy, paste. Oh yeah, I probably should turn all these steps back to it. And go ahead and swap on back to the other module. Good old Mocha. Yep, ditch that. Lovely. Okay, jump back into there. Return show info. So show info, show equal test show. Expect. We're not doing a loop this time. So yeah, we get JSON, then we expect an empty object. I'll have to restart this to get them all new file. Congratulations. Mocha require Mocha. That's awkward. Let's clean that up. Mocha does not need to require itself. It can find itself on its own. There we go. Now if we go back to our... Essentially we're getting 1-1, which is what we want. We also want our setup, so our seed basically, to have an episode 1 and episode 2. And this one is only episode 1, just so we can get that variety of test shows. And I'll have an output, and I can copy that into my thing. Okay, so we have 1, which contains 1-2 auto format, loving that. Don't even need to use assert anymore. That part should be working. Boom. Absolutely lovely. We also need to make a search, so this is where all the rest of the fun stuff happens. This is also, we will be skipping a test in our index. Skip, because this is messing up our code coverage for basically the rest of our code. There we go. It's red. Exactly what we want it. Now we can... I think we'll go ahead and make show names just for the heck of it. I don't know what I'm inspecting, but it ain't that. It will tell us. Break is on a break. Yeah, Raja G. minus 150. Yeah, I'm almost at the end though, so I'm gonna make it. I will make it. You can't keep letting it count though. Expect A, B, C, D, E, F. Oh, gotta stop and restart it to detect the new file. There we go. Got another one and test show. Lovely. That test should pass as expected. Now it's time for the big one, the search. Let's go ahead and add a describe block to this one. let's start writing some code in here. Returns for missing query. Pomodoro would be like, what is, yeah, it's, it can just keep going though. I don't mind. That's why I add that flipping backwards animation on it, so something at least is visible, you know? Stop and start with a new file. Expected 200, got 400, bad request. Okay, so 400 returns. So yeah, I might as well add some error checking on this, which I haven't done to any of the rest of them. There we go, expected, and we instead got this here error, which is lovely. Ah, that's kind of messed up. All the keys are quoted. Boom, that's a lot prettier. There we go. A green gray. I guess blue is about as close as it can get to gray. My color changing code obviously ain't got all the power in the world. There we go. Error is spitting out stuff exactly. Now let's check out query. How are we doing this? Something logic. Basically, the code right here. So query short query. This is going to be API search. Query equals the letter E. So to hundo JSON, we won't get an error, we'll get something else. Okay, we will get both quotes basically. Copy. Other than that, episodes is, oh, that's awkward. We will let the test tell us what that is. Tells us how we got it wrong. Mr. Test. There we go. It is 1 and 1, 2. 11 that. Test should now pass. It does. Let us make a large query. Large query. Test, we should only get test show back. Lovely. Let's see what we've missed now. Okay, we have, yeah, this is the one thing that's not being handled, because it literally can't be handled by this endpoint. We'll add it back over here, returns nothing. Empty query returns nothing, or I say query equals nothing. So yeah, we'll test that one literally right now. Interesting. So I'm trying the direct search, but it's being prevented. Index, or rather server.js. I mean, it's good it's being prevented, but it's not supposed to be. If not query, so it's literally console log it. There's gonna be a lot of console logs, might have to trim it to an only. Oh, I think they are in order. If not query, return. So this should be happening. A, include counts. I found what was missing. It's not that. It's the other one. Okay, so this spec is doing fine. It's include counts that needs to be passed around. Okay, let's filter for a show. Show. So I've asked for the letter E. and show equals test show. I should only get this one right here. Get some scroll on that. If I search for a season, I don't really have things multiple seasons. I do have those, so let's update my, what I call this, my setup, to give these two a different season. Oh, season 1, season 2. I already did it. Boom, show line is done. Again, writing very quick and dry code here. Query, and then we say season equals 1. Equal 1. This will give me that one. Again, let's do another one where we ask for episodes. And we ask for 2. So I only get, what's the other one now? The goldfish memory setup. Yeah, there's only 2, and that is this test case right here. Okay, go to another one. The next one's all about include counts. So if we're querying for E and we ask include counts equals true, we should get back more than this. We should get back, so that's my object. I guess I need a comma at the end of that. Total 1, pages 1. Is it pages? Controller. Page, total counts. Page. It's singular, it feels weird, but that is correct. So 1, 1, that is appropriate. Let's do some per page. So we include counts, we say per page equals 1, counts of pages equals 2. What's the order of these? Aha. Wait a minute. Aren't these ordered? Sort by a show ascendingly. Ah, yeah, because A is at the top. Okay, so whenever I'm searching and we get possibly of 2, the other one will pop up first. That's good. Variety of data and all that fun stuff. Okay, so we ask for include counts, search for all the E's. We should get both of them, to be honest. So let's drop this one in here. Counts total 2, page 2. When I ask for per page, I should first get this one, not the other one. Ah, great. I messed up a copy. I think I see it right here. Close there. Auto format, save. Let's see which ones are failing now. Yo, Markelo devs, how are you doing? Thanks for the raid. Over here writing some just test real quick. How was your stream going? Ooh, DevOps, eh? Fancy. Ooh, Kubernetes, Terraform, I got all the fun stuff in there. That sounds fun for sure. Hey, thanks for the follow there, folks. DevOpsing hard, eh? I mean, it ain't DevOps, but test eventually becomes DevOps. So I'm close. That sounds with AWS. Whew, man, it sounds like you were in real deep with all the crazy stuff there. Yeah, I'm over here working on tests for this little quotes API. npm run dev. I'll show it off real quick. It's a little API I been just thrown together real quick to learn MERN, the not full MERN stack, but basic Mongo and such. You can ask it for a query. The UI is not the selling point. You can query something and it'll tell you the show, season, episode, and exact timestamp that quote was at. Went the extra mile and added Swagger UI and the OpenAPI spec, so folks can just basically use the cool dashboard. No having to figure out how an API works and all that fun stuff. And yeah, right now I am working on getting tests for it. Since I wrote an ECMAScript module, I had a little bit of a fight to get Jest working, so I abandoned Jest. I had to switch to Mocha, but it's all going good now. I think the most furthest I got into like real DevOps was besides like Ansible and automation like that was just Dockers themselves. Haven't done too many big crazy things. I do enjoy it though, the automation aspect, and just one line of code and the whole pipeline just automatically does all its work. But yeah, we're over here basically writing the near to last test. We run coverage watch for our API itself. Step up the coding game. I mean, we need both parts, you know? You gotta have the coders, gotta have the DevOps. Unless there are any unicorns who are doing it all at once, everyone's got their role, you know? Okay, well, we got one failing test. That is great. Total 2. There we go. Pure ops is basically doomed. I suppose I could see that a little bit, since essentially, at least in my experience, part of DevOps is coding too. Like coding as configuration and stuff like that, at least in my experience. It can be. So, I mean, yeah, I definitely would say, I mean, I don't know, I don't have any pure ops experience, but I feel like, yeah, coding definitely opens up a lot more opportunities. But then again, you're in such a niche thing, when you do get locked into something, it's probably pretty high figure. Good job security. Hey, Wish Boy. Yeah, thanks for the follow. And yeah, thanks for the pop-up. Yeah, it's super original. I wasn't inspired by any editors, like, at all. None. I wasn't inspired by any editors. Yeah. I figured I was like, I gotta have something interesting, you know? There's like 4 variations, half JavaScript, half Python. It's just something, you know? Had to throw something together. As you can see, not at all inspired by any editors in the world at all. Yeah, I think I finally got the last API endpoint written. There we go. I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm trying to add interesting stuff to the stream. You're all probably like, man, what's 166? So this is supposed to be my Pomodoro timer. Fortunately, I have been in the flow state, not listening to my Pomodoro timer. That's what that little thing up there is. Yeah, and over here I'm just, if you're not familiar, they test code to make sure code is doing what's expected. One of the cool tools is test coverage, which tells you what lines your test did and did not run. I want it all to be green, so I'm basically getting rid of all the non-green stuff to make it all 100% coverage. Now some of this was old code that might not need to be covered. In that case, so what we have here is I wrote some code before I converted my thing to OpenAPI. So I did convert my API to OpenAPI, so I can use tools like Postman and Swagger UI with like a drop of the click. And somewhere around here, there's a controller. There we go. Yeah, so back in the day, I didn't have validation, so I was like, hey, or season. But now, OpenAPI has like built-in validation, so I don't need to do that at all. I can probably just do like plus. So hoorah for validation libraries that work. Now for that save, I got this monstrosity of a command automatically running on chains. Hey, pretty code. Now for this. So let's add these skip test cases. Yeah, I mean, it's just green at that point, Raja G. I don't know what you expecting. Yeah, if you're all wondering, you can change the color of my timer, because there are two colors on it with the little redemption thingy. But if you set them both to the same color, it's just like a green circle. There we go. And hey, look at this. Test coverage is telling me I am not testing for when include counts is false. So how am I going to do that? I don't actually think that's testable. So again, great thing about test coverage is that it shows you what code literally is not testable. I think that's what we just ran into. Because here, include counts is always true. So yeah, this code will literally never run. So we can safely get rid of it. So less code, less errors. There we go. Oh yeah, and this is also completely wrong. Counts, total, 0, page, 0. There we go. Code coverage support on Azure DevOps. Fairly limited, really. Yeah, Raja, just make it full checked, right? I mean, I've never really worked directly with Azure pipelines, but I have worked at least, so this is JavaScript code coverage tools, and it's essentially NYC Istanbul, which generates, I mean, it generates a whole bunch of ways, but you can generate HTML, text coverage and stuff. And what I have done in the past is I've taken the generated HTML on GitHub pages, that is, and I've saved it as an asset that made it like visible, like downloadable or clickable from the, it's saved as an asset so you can view the HTML page. I know there are more things like coveralls and all that stuff that hook directly into all the stuff. I'm not that familiar with it. See, code coverage results, show results, code coverage. Okay, yeah, so it seems to be built in some way. That's cool. Artifacts. That's the term. Artifacts is what I've used. Yeah. For net and net core. God, I have no idea what I'm looking at, but publish. Oh, that's probably what I'm looking for. Hey, Wish Boy. Yeah, it is 12 hours. I've been in the flow, Wish Boy. In the flow. What can I say? I will be ending soon, though. Like, probably when that counter ends, so I do gotta sleep sometime, that's for sure. But yeah, I'm a little sleepy. Fortunately, I don't have too much important tasks tomorrow. Okay, use this task to publish code results. This is publishing the results, which is cool. Oh, here we go. Code coverage tool. There are 2 of them. I see what you mean, Markio. There are 2 of them. That's awesome. Maybe there's more somewhere. Available options. There are 2 of them. Lovely. Monster. So if I have a large project that needs refactoring, it honestly depends on how big of the refactor I suppose it would be. I don't know. I would try to keep as much as possible, and I would like do partial refactors. So it's kind of like what I did. I had to refactor my API into a different way, but I didn't create a new project. I was able to keep my old project, so I kept my old view, I kept all my old controllers, I kept the old files. I was able to keep most of it, and I was able to just refactor the part of it. So if possible, I would prefer to, instead of refactoring the entire project, I would refactor sections of it. Even if every section does need refactoring, it would allow you to not feel like the entire thing's broken. And they're basically Java only. Really, Marklo? Java? I mean, I recognize these as some Java names, but dang. Oh, here it is. To publish code results for JavaScript with Istanbul using YAML, see JavaScript and the ecosystems, which includes examples. That does sound a bit limiting. See if I can follow this JavaScript example. So an E2E, build environment, understanding all that. Tools, scripts. I can understand parts. Ooh, Mocha. Hey, Mocha. Mocha's my best friend. Jest is not my friend. We are enemies because I spent half an hour trying to get that thing working. So we got Mocha in here. Not necessarily coverage. Yarn. Love me some yarn. Unit test. Here we go. That's a fair amount of test runners. Well, those are test runners. You probably run any test you want. But to get the reporter, Mocha JUnit reporter. So, okay, I see what they're doing. You got to report in a Java format, aka JUnit. I think I see the limitation here. You can run whatever you want, but they only support a certain select few reporters, it sounds like. And then, yeah, you're literally outputting the JUnit report. If you're testing with Istanbul, find coverage, download, Kobertra. I think this is honestly what, I recognize this name. I think I've done this. I think this is what I call it, isn't it? Coverage. LCOV. I think LCOV is a synonym for Kobertra or such. One of these are Kobertra. I don't know. Because I have used Kobertra before. Or Kobertur, however that's pronounced. Test browser and Protractor or Karma. Yeah. Oh, it just says with tools like. So install the headless, do the thing, publish test results along unit. Independent. Yeah, so I see what you mean, Markello. There's a bit limitation in their ways to do it. It seems like with enough tools, you might be able to get, like, you have to like chain a bunch of stuff together to get what you're looking for, like Mocha to JUnit to get the way they like it. But as long as you're not doing too much custom stuff, it seems like you might be able to get where you're going. At least from JavaScript. I don't know where you're either going from. Whoa, Errand. Okay, doing for the double raid. Thanks for coming on by. If y'all, for those of you who just came by, don't know, Errand over there, or Errand, they do game development in Godot, making all kinds of cool, fun little games. There are bears, potatoes. It all makes sense. You gotta go over there, check it out. Thanks for coming on by, everyone. We are... I'm just looking into some Azure stuff. Hey. Thanks for coming on by, everyone. Coming on by. How was your stream? Every time I was on break and I went to look at your stream, like, there was one time that you weren't on the away screen with that flying chair. So every time I went over, it's like, oh, let's go see what their flying chair. So what were you doing besides short stream, which, I don't know, was that a short stream? It looks like you had a pretty long stream. If that's a short stream, what are your long streams, huh, folks? Hey, hi, everyone, yeah. Hey, Intelligence. Everyone, Valkyries. Hey. So we just finished writing tests. Very exciting topic. The important thing about it is that when you look at this page, all the stuff is green. All we care about is the greenness. So this means success. The hundreds mean success. We kept writing code until everything became green and everything became 100. That's what we just doing for the last hour or so. Oh, 12.5 is cut off for short. We got 6 more minutes before we turn to a long stream. I don't know if I can make it. Yeah, had some away time. It was pretty short. I believe it. Just a quick 12-hour one. Yeah. I mean, I'm the you're speaking to the choir, right? I'm 12 hours here too. Hey, do hua hua or duh ha ha. Thanks for the follow. Yeah, I mean, I thought I was gonna be raiding you. Well, I guess I would have raided you half an hour ago, but you got me first, it seems. So yeah, we got this code covered stuff. What the code covered stuff is about, though, it's about this here, quotes API that is going pretty good. Ah, the charity stream. Thought that was the 18th. Oh, yesterday was the 18th. That was the charity stream. The stream. Got it. Okay. I know what day it is. That's awesome. Mostly finishing up Game Jam project. £1 for every penny donated to. Oh yeah, I've been to Peter Boyer's fundraiser a few times. That's awesome. And there's Peter Boyer who wants to. Oh, that's the wrong URL. No. Oh, that's awkward. That person doesn't exist. Oh no, am I forgetting how to type? I'll figure out how to type soon. Don't worry about it. I know how to type. Oh, it's the underscore, ain't it? Professional streamer, don't worry about it. Hey, thanks for the follow there, Denzel. One of these links is not like the other. I'll find it soon enough. Hey, there it is. Yeah, okay, I found the link. Finally, y'all got the link. There you go. It's the third one. Yeah, I've been in those streams a couple times. That's awesome you were doing that. Is there any special... Yeah, we got there eventually. Is there any special link for that I could also share? Or was it just the in-stream thing? Because I would be more than happy to share that with the new folks around here. But yeah, we got this quotes API thing going. It is here somewhere. Get remote -v. There's a quote. Yeah, got there in the end. So essentially what this does, and it's very high tech, you go to it and you can enter a quote for your favorite TV show, as long as your favorite TV show is Friends, The Office, or Animaniacs, and it will output exactly what season, episode, and time that quote was said. So, very funny one from The Office. Sometimes I'll start a sentence, I don't even know where it's going. So if you don't remember where that one was, you can just enter the query there. Additionally, you can enter other things here. Apparently, I added a test show. That don't exist, of course. Hey, yeah, there it is. Everyone sure give that free support too, folks. That is an interesting URL. There. Yeah, there you go. 51%. That's awesome, folks. Be sure anyone who it's a good cause for sure. I've seen it around. Give it a support if you can. So apparently I got a test show in the database. That's awkward. But yeah, you can also input the season, number, page, all this fun stuff. This is just the boring the front end. This ain't the real thing. The real thing is that this is an API. Not at all, Aaron. Feel free. It is. I know what time it is over there. Feel free to raid and run. Yeah. We will keep having one for sure. Appreciate the raid. Appreciate the share. And yeah, so we have. This is the important part. The quotes API itself. So you can do all this fun stuff with it. There's gonna be more cool stuff. Get the show info. Search for the quotes. And this is where anyone can just come by and figure out how the API works themselves, build their own apps, maybe build one of those guessing games like, what season did Pam say this, or something like that. And yeah. And for those of you who are lovers of Postman, since this is in accordance with an OpenAPI specification, you can just be like .json, and you can give this URL to Postman, and it will import it automatically. So whatever tool you got, there's probably a way to import this automatically. In addition, we did make a little something else, which now that I'm seeing I accidentally shoved stuff in my database, I gotta go look up a database. I know how to spell. Database builder. Which is essentially just a little, basically Postman, but for MongoDB. It's based on the exact same thing by Mayan Wolf, who created the base of it. Oh wow, did I type that wrong? No, I typed it right. And this is what it is, and it allows you to essentially make all your fun CRUD operations to your favorite MongoDB database, which I need to do right now because I accidentally got some bad data in our database. So we're looking for, so watch, you can do stuff here, but you can't do deletes or any of that fun stuff. Hey, of course, there's Swole Moz. Thanks for coming on by. Appreciate it. Have a good night. So, like, the thing is, like, through this dashboard, you can't do stuff. Like, we can query, you can find all the things with show, test, show. Like, we can do that. So, watch, we can find it, but we can't, like, do a delete all, because I literally have made 18 of these entities. Yikes. So I can manually delete them one by one by one. Or I can use this nifty little dashboard after I find my credentials, which is always the fun part of managing credentials. Actually, I think I have some dummy. Nope, I don't have any dumb credentials. Do I not? I could have swore I did. No, I do not. Well, I'll take this tab and go on over here. Let's see. God, I gotta find me a URL and y'all can't watch it. There we go. Connect application. There we go. Okay, so I think I dropped that in there. Perfect. So if I just paste this with the password, there we go, and y'all can't really see it. Now if I connect to quotes and quotes, I can read all of the things with a show of test show. And of course I don't know how to type, so that got all mangled up. There we go, show of test show, we read it. And I got the correct credentials. There it is. And now I can delete all these. Or delete. Any moment now. Any moment now. This particular one is not Swagger. This is JSON editors. These are just JSON editors on a basic EJS front end with a little client-side rendering. But this, if you meant this here is Swagger. So this is the Swagger UI using Express to define the OpenAPI spec and another Express module to basically serve this Swagger UI on my domain. It was a little slow there, but made it there in the end. And yeah, basically it is Swagger UI, this one, but the other one was not. Which means, as you know, if you're familiar with Swagger, you can use different authentication, different tools, all your favorite tools. If they work with OpenAPI and Swagger, it will work with this automatically. Yeah, but this here is just doing that. Now I'm going to read another one because apparently I flooded my database during testing. Okay, I think this is good. MongoDB query not. So I'm trying to use the not operator here. It's been a hot minute. Not. Don't know how this is gonna work. We're gonna watch a browser crash, folks. Yikes, that didn't work. It was a good thought. It's been a hot minute since I've done this. So not expression. I just want not a value. That's okay, I'll figure that out later. But yeah, you can use this to modify your database. Of course, not for a fan of sending your database credentials to some random. You can just clone it yourself, all that stuff. And yeah, we were just finishing up our code test. We've made that little change. Added those tests. Very basic bland test. Yep, Swagger UI. I'm trying to think which module is it using. Package JSON. Yep, using Swagger UI Express and Express OpenAPI. These are the two that make the magic happen. So many new files. Now I'll run the test one more time. npm run test. It's a good old test. Boom, super fast test. Now if we go back to the quotes, or one of them tabs, the database builder, we should not see anything else show up in there. So show, that is test show. Hopefully it didn't get added back. Uh-oh. That ain't good. This break has been brought to you by Spectrum Internet. It happens. Oh, it's really trying now. There might be an error I have not handled. Let's see. Oh, CD. Heroku logs. Is there a big error? Nope, it doesn't know where there are. Database builder. Heroku logs. We'll find out what's up. Oh. Not needs a regex or document. Okay, that's fine. Boom. Oh, what is this query? Huh, that's not what I asked for. But it gave me a whole bunch of stuff. It gave me 183,000 items. Oh no, that's not good. That is very not good. Surprised though, that it did not crash a browser. So we're not wanting to do that. I'm guessing what happened was I had it looking at the wrong filter. But yeah, you can get your entire database if you really care about it. But if you ask for like 5 things. There we go. You can also get nothing. So that was a free stress test of seeing how many things this thing can handle. All of them, apparently. And yeah, with this test successfully working, we'll add the remaining files. In the spirit of DevOps, we might actually make GitHub action for this too. Yeah, I think we probably will, just for the fun of it. Okay, what's this one? Yeah, fixing all this beautiful code. There we go. Last files, the JSON. So we got test, coverage watch, all cool stuff. Mocha became a dev dependency. Everyone was happy. Stream end countdown is going well. Yeah, that was a stream end countdown, wasn't it? Yeah. Well, okay, it's a break countdown. Okay, we're gonna have a 5-minute break, and then we will do one more thing. We're going to add GitHub actions for these fancy tests we did, and then we will be breaking. Cause why not? We are on a roll, as they would say. So it ain't an end, it's a Pomodoro, it's a break countdown. And of course, git push. Y'all can enjoy looking at my lovelily written code as we take ourselves a 5-minute break. Catch y'all at the end of it. And just for saying Unity, I will be giving it a better color. I love the green, but come on. We gotta be able to see the timer. There we go, folks. Be sure to stretch and hydrate and relax if you can. We'll catch you at the end of the break. We'll do some fun GitHub action, a little bit of DevOps to keep in theme for you folks. And after that, we will be ending. Welcome on back, folks. Welcome on back. Get everything turned back on. And we can start building out this little GitHub action. Now, I don't know if I'm just going to do everything you DevOps experts are familiar with, but it will do some fun stuff. And hey, I appreciate it. Appreciate it, Yangish. There we go. I got it right. So yeah, it's been a hot minute since I've done a action, so we're following the guide. Always love a good guide. So we're gonna create.github, create the workflows folder. I don't know. So I'm gonna go to the last one I've written. Call you Yag, everyone does. Okay, Yag it is. Look at the last repo that has a GitHub action. I know I got one lying around here somewhere. Here we go. TechCrunch clone. This one's got an action that does stuff. GitHub workflows. Oh, I named that right. And a main.yaml. There we go. Let's see. This is actually a JavaScript one, so I might just yeah, this one looks fine. I might just copy this one. Yeah, this one looks very, very, very usable. Game, test and deploy. So on workflow dispatch and watch my goldfish memory not remember this. Push to main. Okay, GitHub docs. That lasted real quick. On push branches main. There we go. Main. There we go. On push to the brain main. On push to the main branch. Node version 16. Do the thing. npm magic. Install and build. We're not doing that anymore. Yeah, Raja G, we're getting there. 2 lines in. Okay, to the docs. So we're doing npm install. npm run test. So technically I also want to run a coverage test. Let me think how these thoughts go. Run. So that's how it works. You know what, I'm just gonna do a search on it, you know. Workflows on myself. Hopefully the GitHub search engine will point me to the last GitHub action I wrote. I think we can do this in 34 minutes. Well, could not find any. Here's some code. I know I've done workflows. I just gotta find the right one. So this is for the orbs to do full stack. Maybe it's in there. Hangman. I know there's one on. Okay, apparently there's one there. I am remembering all kinds of stuff today. Let's look at this workflow. I think this might be a deploy and a test. And that's a Python one, but it might have useful stuff. Drink picker. Okay, lots of these are GitHub pages. The front end. Nope, let's go check that one out. Okay, someone give me useful information. I trust my past self. They would never write bad code. Okay, this is deployed to Heroku. That's cool. I might want to do that. So I do want to deploy it somehow. I thought I could go to Heroku and have Heroku deploy from this. But yeah, tomato, tomato. It's useful. Pull request. Checkout, pip, dependencies, pilot. Yeah, here's one of the things I wanted to see. Coverage report. Boom. Okay, so this is what I wanted to do. I want to do an upload artifact. Okay. This is the part I was trying to remember, but I couldn't nail it down. Hey, thanks for the follow there, Kunai 942. Hope your day, evening, or probably night at this point has been going well. Let's see. So I have a coverage report, but I need to get it as a multiple thing. Yeah, because upload artifact takes a single file, doesn't it? Oh, that's a zip. Huh. Usage, see action. Yeah, I love seeing action. That's not helpful. Okay, a failure. Let's see how this works. So I want to upload an entire folder. Is that cool? Upload an artifact, GitHub artifacts. I guess we're just gonna try it and see what happens, to be honest. Okay, so if the thing exists. Okay, again, trying to recall what past me did. Past me did some crazy stuff. Okay, then I did a bunch of weird bash stuff. Okay, so I got that part. Got the checkout, got Heroku deployment, and I think this is just a GitHub pages. Repo, install and build, deploy GitHub pages. Exactly. Okay, so went through all the things that I got. So we need to do this, run coverage, and to keep the assets after this. How do they do it? So they run test, vote test, cat output, output the thing, echo set output. I don't remember this. Who wrote that code? Surely it wasn't me. Okay, so we're seeing we have pwd runs on environment CI true. We'd love to set that. Everyone loves a continuous integration set to true. We have all this stuff. Check out repo. Yeah, we only do not need it to be that deep of a repo. Save your network. Install dependencies. Then all this stuff. Saving output for catability. And the coverage report. Testing if it exists. True. Okay, so upload artifact with thing. So we're just going to see how this works. Node environment production. That might not be true. Let's see what this is. Let's give this a name first of all. Name. Upload test. Upload test coverage, right? I'm already seeing how I'm doing this wrong, but we'll figure this out. And yeah, deploy. We're not doing that anymore. Goodbye. I think it's the entire coverage folder, so we'll see how that goes. Yeah, so this ain't test and deploy, this is just test. Every time there's a main push, we will run the test. Node 16, npm install, npm run coverage, and upload the test coverage. Okay, we're just gonna see if this works. What's the worst that could happen? Add test GitHub action. Oh, don't want to do that. And git push. Probably would help to have the repo open, of course, to see what is happening. Show me the details. Well, we ran it halfway, that's good. Ooh, explosion. C8 not found. So, let's look at our package JSON. Missing a dependency. C8 is there. Why is this angry? Mocha steps is extraneous. So npm install. So I guess they're not really development dependencies. see why it doesn't install them all. Maybe because the CI thing's set to true. If npm config function is set to true, it will skip over dev dependencies. Ain't that a fun fact, folks? If you say it's production, it will skip over dev. Well, we can fix that real easy. Coverage J, get changes to amend, add test, get push, force. Let's see how that one works. To the next action. There we go. So we get some warnings. That's fine. We don't need those. Comes the install. Aha. Environmental variable required. Okay, so I'm running this without a MongoDB environment variable. Even though it uses a test environment variable, it still requires one on load. That is interesting. Yeah, so the easiest way to test that is locally to test that. Hide secrets, env file. Yep, so we're just going to change that and run the test locally. It's a fun fact that this ain't working, and we'll see which particular import is causing it. Well, we should be able to, but we can't. So we're going to update this a little bit. We have index.js. This is what actually runs it. We have our validation in database.js, which is like, hey, if you don't have one, I'm going to yell at you. So instead of yelling at me here, it should yell at me here. That feels better. So here, if you don't have one, then it will yell at you. Let's see if that works. Okay, that's looking good already. Let's put our environment variable back and run npm run start just to make sure I didn't break the server. Sometimes I love seeing it work. Okay, so that is one good fix there. What would we like to call this? Fix test being blocked by missing environment variable. That's the name I'll ever think. Good enough for me. Get push. Another one. Action number 3. Third one's the charm. Let's delete some of these old flows. Goodbye. Goodbye. And let's see it go on. Quick as usual. There it runs. 18 passing. Uploading the coverage. 21 files. Ooh, ooh. Ooh. Okay. Where are the artifacts? Where? Yeah, that's a good question. Where am I supposed to find those? Huh. Probably should have figured that out at some point. Here's the artifacts. Coverage. A 6 megabyte file. That's a little large. I will definitely be making that smaller. And now this ain't going to be fully opened because it's not a single file. But it's all hundreds and stuff, so not the worst. So C8 single HTML file. I want it to be all in one thing. Or maybe when I'm using CI testing, I'll want it to do a certain reporter. Like I don't want all the reporters, I believe. So package JSON. There we go. We got a lot of reporters on here. So when we're doing just test, well, we did coverage. Interesting. Ding, ding, ding. Yeah. Ding, ding, ding. All right. Oh, 13 hours. I was like, what are we dinging about, folks? Good one, Roger G. Did completely missed it. Check coverage. So what does check coverage do? I mean, I could say check coverage 100, be like, get everything, but... okay, so I think this is, like, the GitHub action for the test will be working pretty okay. Now, what I think would be better is if I had Heroku hooked up to a certain branch of this repo, and then when the test was successful, to run another job. Again, it's a bit rusty on this, so we're going to see how to do that. If this artifact thing is okay, we do need the HTML, so good there. How do I do it here? I do a bunch of bash wizardry to view the output of coverage. Don't really need to do that, I don't think. There we go. Let's go to deploy and connect it to GitHub. Connect to GitHub. Yeah, authorize. Great, I gotta plug that in. Being redirected, I think I got my password right, folks. Boom, there we go. Quotes. Connect it to there. Now, can I tell it which branch? There we go. Branch to deploy. Branch don't exist. Wait for CI to pass before deploy, for sure. Okay, so this is working. So I need essentially, so I got the one job for test. Fix that name. Let's see. GitHub action run one job after another. As you can tell, I'm an expert in this. Trigger another action after one is complete. That is what I want. The second job inside the same thing. I'm perfectly happy with that. Same workflow, separate job with needs. Falling off your chair, don't worry, you'll stick to the last. You don't have to, Raja G. I appreciate that, but it's fine. You can sleep. One of us should sleep, you know. Hey, CM Griffin. Oh, thanks for the follow. What are you doing up this late at night? I know what I'm doing. I'm stuck in the flow. What could you be doing? Hey, of course, always happy. For those who don't know, CM Griffin is just finishing the gaming session. Nice. Oh, okay. Must have been a bunch of good games, or what is it? Play till you lose or play till you win, right? Which was it? Yay. Yeah, for those who don't know, CM Griffin also does some cool streams out there, though you probably all saw him before. Use Node as a backend for a large application. I mean, I don't see what's wrong with using Node for large applications. It's like any other software. I don't believe there's anything inherently that makes it worse for larger backend applications. Maybe it's newer. That may be why it doesn't feel as useful for large applications, but there are lots of places using them on full stack, basically, you know? So I don't see why not. Hmm. You know, El Roberto, I don't know. I imagine. Here's my assumption of why Fang and high level coders are against structure like MVC and all that stuff. Perhaps if it's perhaps the fact that they're ranting against it is more of that it's getting in the way of them doing what they need to do. Perhaps could be it, or them not being able to quickly mutate the project to meet the new needs because they have to fit in some certain structure. That's what I would attribute that to, although I wouldn't really know for sure. But that would be my closest guess. Okay, let's figure this out now. How do I do this? Same workflow, separate job with needs keyword. Okay, so this looks perfect. So I make two jobs. One's called test, another's called deploy. And I say deploy needs test. Can't deploy until you test. Everyone's telling you you need to use a net core for large applications and you don't know the reason. That's a good question. I'm not sure. I mean, I've talked to a few people for interesting in net usages. Seems cool in my book. Includes Google 10,000 words. Yeah, I mean you're not wrong. Yeah. So I mean, I guess they're definitely I'd say a fan of structure for sure. It runs on me and VCI steps. I need all these. I need all these attributes. So I guess I needed to run all the same code again, except I just need to check out. So I check out the repo, and I push the repo to the other branch. How do I do that? Yeah, I have seen that a common. At least I've heard about it and seen in the applications and stuff. Java being popular in enterprise, large applications and such. And let's see, GitHub action push to branch. This is what I want. Yeah, for sure. It makes it easy to integrate new developers because they've already learned the structure, so there's no taking them on a guided tour through the entire code base. They know where things are. Commit files, push changes. There we go. This is the thing I want. Push changes. And I just say, well, how do I do this? Destination branch. There we go. I want to push to the deploy branch. Yeah, for sure. It makes it easy to there's no vendor lock-in or structure lock-in or any of that. Secrets GitHub token. I guess I need that. Should automatically work. I do like a force. Yeah, I'll go with force. Tags, directory, repository. I think that's fine. Just Java and Node. Both of the Javas, hey. All good. This thing here, I don't think we need to make a commit. We just need to make the push, right? SSH, persist credentials. I don't know if I need that. Yeah, I don't think I need that. Oh, apparently, fetch depth 0. Interesting. Yeah. I mean, we can just push this and see what happens. yeah, let's just see what happens. So, YOLO. So we have a deploy, runs there, check out repo, push changes. We'll see what happens, right? Add deploy job to GitHub action. Fetch depth. Yeah, what this does is like when you're cloning a repository, it clones the entire repository and the entire repo's history. So if I do a git lg, you can see 1, 2, 3. There's a lot of different commits here. Fetch depth of 1 says only get the latest one. Don't get all the ones behind it. The advantage, I believe, of doing this is that you don't do all this extra downloading that you don't need. You just get the last one with the most current, the head, the one at the head of the branch, and you don't care about the rest of them. In this case, since the goal, I think this just makes it quicker and less download and all that stuff. So don't see, maybe there's a big red flag for doing yeah, the latest commit. There you go, Raja G. Hey, spoken like a true professional, Roberto. Always gonna have to rewrite it eventually. Yeah, so I got the covered. Let's just see if this works, right? Add deploy job to GitHub action. That looks good enough. Git push. Let's see how I wrote this wrong. Oh, I didn't rename the action. That's awkward. Wow, this is going quick now. Missing new line before 38. No, it's too late. New line before 38. Does there need to be? I mean, I guess I'll add one to make it look pretty. You freaked me out there, King. Hello there again, by the way. We got the new line. I do need to rename this anyway. Hey, the test passed. That's good news. Let's watch the deploy happen. Let's see if I wrote this right, folks? Hello, yeah, thanks for... Wow, is it over? That was the least climactic thing I've ever seen. And then there was a deploy branch right over here. Would you look at that? And it's basically the same as main, so I guess that's cool. And now we just go over to choose a branch to deploy. Oh no, King. I'm too tired for that. I think I've literally done a zigzag problem on Code Wars, though. Code Wars delay brought to you by Spectrum Internet. There we go. So let's get this thing hooked up, and by then, leak code should have loaded. One of them's gonna load at some time in this century. Anytime now. There we go. Push the deploy branch. Automatic deploys. Only enable if you have continuous integration. Huh. I don't have it on that branch, so I don't know. I'm going to turn that off. There we go. Okay, so let's push the button. Probably should have some indicator. Hey, white. Unfortunately, Raja G, the colors are not working. I mean, the black and white. We only get colors. So white is closest to white apparently is yellow, and green became green. Struggling a week for GitLab CI/CD to deploy EC2. Well, it's a different scale. You know, I'm pushing to Heroku. It's a little simpler than EC2. You know, it's got built-in integration. And I recently worked with Lightsail, and I didn't notice any integration on Lightsail. Though, with that approach, what I probably would do, based on my extremely limited knowledge of it, though there is probably some built-in way of doing it, is there's a GitHub action for using SSH. So what I would do is push the repository via SSH git or whatever through the GitHub action. But again, that was with my very limited, through Zoom, knowledge of Lightsail. So probably is a better way to do that. Like I said, different difficulties. I don't know if this thing's working. You should probably check if it's working. Open the app. It looks the same as it did before. So this is where we need some kind of visual indicator. And we need test and deploy. So we need a couple of things. We need some sort of visual indicator. Probably a package version. That would be cool. Which means I should need to be using version numbers. So 1.1. There we go. I'm using the version numbers. Why is this yelling at me? npm I. Stop yelling at me, yellow line. So workflow dispatch on and a push to main. Use the commit. Yeah, I can use the commit hash or commit name. Yeah, that'd be an easy way to do it. Yeah. v100 commit ID. Oh, I've never noticed that pattern before. I don't really pay attention to version numbers that much, as you can tell. Well, that would require me. So the thing about commit IDs is that commonly I mess around with commits. I'm a rewriter of history. I know I'm very, very shameful. So I think I'll stick with numbers. But yeah, I'll definitely keep that in the back of my mind. So I'm trying to remember. So coverage just runs coverage, but it also runs the test. Yeah, I wanted to make sure that this wasn't a no-op, basically. Yeah, the thing's done angry at me. So now what I want to do is just get package JSON version. Just put a little, just a little version on the screen. Somewhere on the screen in the EJS. Commit ID should be automatic. What? Wait. Okay, let me figure out how to do this now. Now I have to do this. So npm package JSON version commit ID. That sounds awesome. We are now doing that. Required child process execute sync get rev parse tag. Now sleep is in the mind. I know, but King just dropped this really cool idea. We have to explore it now. So child process, get the thing. Okay, so you're talking about like an automation of, oh, I see. Yeah, so not to modify it here, but to show it on the front end. That's awesome. That's a good idea. You got me there, King. I see the vision. I now need to implement the vision. So how would I like to do that? So yeah, definitely child process. Essentially what you wrote exactly. So we're just gonna drop this in here. Import exec sync from child process. Hopefully everything has access to a repo. Y and C. Monster. So I believe this is more of usage for when packages depend on this. I have no. If you're using like maybe React and stuff, it'll clear browser caches, but I don't think this should be what's doing it. What should be doing it is to clear caches in browsers is the hash of the actual file, which if you're using React or any of the big front end frameworks, they automatically bust the cache or cache busting whenever the files do update. But it's possible that package.json has an impact on that I haven't used before. This is primarily supposed to be used for when other packages depend on this, or when other things want to update their version of this package. You have three parts of it. You have minor, major, you have bug, minor, and major. Essentially, you can update this right number all the time. The functionality of this never changes. If you update the middle one, I'm trying to remember this now. You are adding features or making changes. I think it's mainly adding features. You update the major one, it means you have broken something. People should not update from a 1 to a 2 on the left version without checking what's breaking. Yes, semantic versioning. I just trying to remember what they all exactly mean. Incompatible API, add functionality. Okay, so I got it mostly right. I wasn't saying the backwards compatible part. Yeah. Major minor patch. Okay. Major minor bug. I said the worst one. I mean, all bugs are patches, aren't they? Yeah, it's close enough. Yeah. Appreciate the link there, King. Had it close. Okay, right, so we're gonna say executive sync from child process. Let's just literally run it. Exec sync. Oh wow, I'm not gonna run that, but I love the enthusiasm. So let's get that command. Parse head dot to string trim. Even GitHub Copilot knows exactly what you want. Save that and just see what happens. npm run dev. Yeah, React, at least I know React does that because I worked with it. You used to work on a project of plain PHP. Yeah, I can see that happening. Caching nightmares there, monster. Oh, King, shorten that code. I mean, okay, let's see what code needs shortening. This code's pretty shortened. You just gave me this code. Why is this import being confusing? I have no idea. Let's see any other code we can shorten. Quotes, total count, page count. Oh wait, this is wrong. So we ain't shortened code, we're about to fix some code. Also, VS Code is completely having a tizzy right now. Limit to 7 characters. Oh, you mean the slice, right? I don't know if it would be slice, but toString trim. Limit to 7 cars. I assume you mean the. Let me count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, these 7 characters, which get a log. Yeah, it's literally this first 7. Yeah, first 7. So trim.slice 07 npm run dev. There we go. And that's the short hash, I believe. So I'll definitely be using that as a version number. Probably want to put it somewhere. Because I gotta imagine a world in which this command does not exist. So what happens when it's something like failure? We have actual failures. I really don't really want that to happen. App crash. I guess a try catch around this. Const get version. No, get version. So it'll be basically this. We want to do this, and if it fails, we'll return the actual version. Try catch if something goes wrong. Don't know why anything would go wrong, but I'm paranoid on it. Turn 1. There we go. Now from console log get version. I also need to add the package.json thing there, but I don't have it just yet. There we go. If it works, we get the thing. If it don't work, we get a little bit of output, which is fine, and that. Okay, this is pretty good. Sorry, so I'm getting a little distracted. Oh, I can literally ask for package.json. Is there not an environment variable? There it is. There's an environment variable. I knew there was. Const prefix. There. Yeah, King. You're just on there. Let me check out that link. Dino metadata. Oh. Okay, so we got a couple environment variables. Oh wow, all this stuff is on here. Huh. I like all this cool stuff. This is Heroku specific, but yeah, more aware. Slug description, slug commit, release version. Okay, yeah, I can see the fallback going from here. So I'm going to want to combine it with my package version because numbers are cool. And then I'll combine it with... Yeah, I'll combine it a little bit depending on one way to get it. There we go. Prefix. Let's add a hyphen. No, add the hyphen here. Little hyphen. There we go. That's already looking better. This is assuming we have that. So if the get doesn't exist and we are on Heroku, well, let's check if we're on Heroku at all. So we want slug commit. We want to try if process env. So if we're on Heroku, then basically, wow. Thank you, GitHub Copilot. You know everything I want. So yeah, boom. Essentially get the commit hash for current release. Good one, King. Now if we're not on either of them, I do like this whole release created at thing though. I'm gonna add that on there. So space at, yeah, we're messing it up real much now. So if we're on Heroku, then we should have all this other Heroku-y stuff. Absolute, yeah, I mean, I've been getting into that Copilot. It's pretty nice. I can see why people loving it. There we go, so this is pretty good for getting my version number. I don't think having it in this file is the best place to have it. Get deployed. Get deployed. Info. Yeah, I think that's a good enough name. It's gonna replace you. Soon, I guess. I don't know. I don't think that's happening just yet. Okay, so I want the Heroku to come first. So if Heroku's got stuff, Heroku should do stuff. All of these are kind of assuming npm package version. I don't know, I guess, yeah, I'm going to make the assumption that the npm package version exists. If it don't, we're all doomed. Okay, so that part's good. Control-Shift-I, loving that auto format. So we actually need to put this somewhere now, because both my API and, what do you call it? Front end will have access to this. Deploy info, I guess I'll call this. And honestly, it doesn't really need to be a function because it's a constant. Yeah, const deploy info is this little thing right here. Ooh, I'll make it an iffy. Everyone loves those. And it's a string. Absolutely lovely. You know what, since it's a const, we'll keep it all caps too. Very fancy. Very fancy. My version code is crossing. I'm yeah, it is. I mean, watch me turn off word wrap. You won't see it. Poof, it's gone. Almost 100. Yeah, it's 150 long. Don't you just love it? Crossing the border almost twice. Yeah, I mean, hey, I paid for this widescreen monitor. I will use every pixel of the wideness. Get that semicolon in there. I'm loving that. Okay, so this is good. Now I just need to display this front end and here. Let's say, well, I don't want all that information. What do I want this to be? I want this to be deploy info. There we go. Another dependency that I will use in an API at some time. But first, EJS. Well, I got a little footer down here. Let's npm run dev. No, I'm already npm running debbing. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure it's got uses. I'm just not using them right now. Like for git commit messages. Like I'm a fan of them not being millions of characters long. Let's see, we have footer. I don't really know where to put semantic tag put this in, so we'll just, what do we have this? Deploy info. Enjoy. Oh, I'm gonna use like one of them cool pre's. Yeah, using that cool little thing. I mean, I guess I'll do a little prefix version. Deployed version. I really don't know what more I want from this. Just to be able to see when it's synced up and all. So that is good there. Let's go ahead and do a little thing on the API. No copyright message. Gonna fucking copyright it. Oh no, I gotta go through all my repos now. King's gonna copyright them all. Again, I'll get there eventually. It'll probably be one day where I copyrightify everything, but ain't got energy for that. Okay, random search, show info, show name. Another API endpoint just for this. Health.js. Cute little health endpoint. Everyone has a health endpoint. They're like super popular. Deploy info, right? Lovely, lovely. Oh no, I'll call it status. Sounds like a much cooler name. Just take my code already. You're not gonna read those messages, yeah. Status. API status. So the schema is not a reference. It is a type of object. Wow, let's just spam that description, folks. Status. Now is a type of number. Actually, it's a string. It's an ISO string. So give me a better description. Current time. I love that. Nope, gotta get it in there. Another property is going to be version deployed. Yeah, I suppose deployed will be the right thing. Deployed information. Close that. Close that. Yeah, this is acceptable in my book. Okay, yeah, that seems good to me. Now I need to actually respond. Return response.json. To match it, it will need to have a now of new date to ISO string and a deployed of deploy info. Thank you, Copilot. We don't need the next. This is looking pretty good. Let's save it, run it. And since we have Swagger UI doing all that Swagger coolness, I'm just gonna click on over here. Gonna click on my little status thing, click the button, and watch it work. Ah, it was so close. Oh yeah, because I'm pointing at the production server. Gotta point local. Boom. Now deployed. BEA, beautiful. You can find out the version from both directions. And now we're gonna npm run coverage watch, because this is the point of the test. We wrote them, now they will guide us to tell us what code we need to write. I also need to open up the visualize, so I've got to open up a Firefox. All this typing, gotta automate it. There we go. Oh no, you lost it. The sacred 100%. How will we survive? 96.80. Oh, this is awkward. Okay, that's just for that there. We can ignore that, thankfully. We could bring out a test case for this, but we're fine. That does not need coverage. I have some. Where is it? C8. There it is. C8 ignore next. This is the cool line. The line where we make our numbers look awesome. Can I do the whole thing? We're about to find out. Exit. Turn green. Ah, so that's not how that comment works. CX ignore function. Or C8 ignore function. I've never used C8 before. Okay, that's not how it works. So we'll just use 2 next ignores. Because this one assumes that. So yeah, I would need to break get or mock executive or mock execution synchronous. Neither of those seem fun. For this one I could test by setting an environment variable really quickly. But I would need to do so before the import of server. So not interested in line number right there. See if that turns it all green for us. Turn green, turn green, turn green. Partially, almost. Put on the wrong line. Maybe I need to put them on both. We'll find out. Let's look at the rest of it. Okay, so this is good. What's the other one with like 98% coverage? The Heroku API, the server. I just went to the same place. Okay, lots of ignores because I don't know how to use C8. Future me will figure it out. The API pass. I'm not cheating. I am updating the stuff. Yeah, it's not cheating. So now I get to write a test for status, a real one. Why is that red? Oh no. What have I done? It's okay, we'll update my status test now. We think it's probably easy as show names, so we're gonna copy show names. Status.spec turns API status. Let's just expect nothing so we can get a nice lovely failure. This is the part where it's supposed to, I gotta stop and start it because my watch cannot detect new files because I did not write it that efficient. Here we go. Expected undefined, got this and that. So expect body. And expect's take an arrow, right? Oh, look at that. Expect to be defined. I don't have that installed. Is expect callback? Expect checker. Okay, yeah, that does work. So const diff equals new date. What's date.now? Date.now minus body. So yeah, we'll need to bring in assert. Gotta bring in the import. Import assert from assert. It's a new file. I can move it like that. Assert. How do I do this? I want to check if it has a property. I can do an end. That would work. Prop end thing. It's not. I was looking for a more fancy way. That's okay. Oh, that's the one I wanted. I didn't get that far, but that's nice. Assert body now instance of date. Well, it's not actually a date here, but now in body. Then we get the diff from new date dot get time. Yeah, I think within 1 second is fine enough. We'll math. Well, yeah, the one on the right has to be less, so it's got to be less than that. And assert deployed in the body. Let's add that semicolon. Add some more semicolons. Okay, something failed. Which one failed? This is a lovely message. Line 10. Let's look at the body. Assert response has now. Wait a minute. I think I got him wrong. Now and deployed. Oh, those are right. Wow, I just console logged all that, didn't I? So this is not what I expected. Text. Or is it body? We'll find out, won't we? What was Nan's? Okay, let's. I'm already console logging it, so I should see now. Okay. Interesting. It don't like math. Ah, it's body dot now. That would help. We're at the right thing. Lovely. I would like to see the diff though. See how far we were. Were we 9998? In which case I need to increase tolerance just by a little bit. Anytime now. Where'd it go? Difference was 3 milliseconds. Love that. Absolutely love that. Okay, this is good. It's a good enough test. We should have lots of green stuff going around. Let's look at our lovely HTML. Ooh, 99, 25, 98. I'm not covering this closing curly brace. You're doing it, C8. I'm gonna ignore his entire function because of you. C8 ignore, stop, start. I don't know, we'll read the readme. Comment. C8 ignore next. Ah, here we go. Ignore the next 3. That's how we do it. So yeah, we want to ignore the next 3. 1, 2, 3. Enjoy. Hey, what do you got there? Interviewing at a startup. Be like. Looking, featuring Stephen He. Ah, interesting. Yeah, I'll definitely check that out. Oh, I think. Honestly, I can't remember if I've seen that one before. But yeah, I can assume, like, I've seen the memes and stuff. I can definitely assume a little bit what that's gonna be. I'll check it out. Probably after I sleep, though. 100! Woo! 100! That's all that matters. We turned green, we got 100. Okay, we're about to make all this work. Lovely test. Little weird async code. All that there. It's a great thing about tests. You don't really need to look at the code you wrote. You just know it works. Don't need to review anything anymore. Any second now. Yes, code. I believe in you. Speaking of package versions, I would say I added a feature. So, chink on that number goes up. Oh, I should also have some kind of cool test that's like, did you make the version number go up? I ain't about to do that. Add version, add status, endpoint. Then what's this? What did I do here? I did some cool formatting. Is there anything else I need to do here? Done and dusted. I mean, it basically is, Raja G. We are done and dusted. We should see all this stuff percolate to all the places. So, the first place we can watch is GitHub. The second place we can watch is Heroku. Where is it? Activity. Yes, this is where we look. Well, first we look here. Oh, any moment now. Ah, nothing's gonna happen until I push this code to GitHub. Now it goes. There we go. Add status endpoint. Get to watch the magic. Now we're gonna watch double magic, folks. Over here this time. There we go. It's doing the magic. Abracadabra there, and then for the next one, deploy. What are these icons about? Oh, I didn't realize. I never looked at it on mobile view. Push changes, okay. Any second now. Just now. Bada boom, bada bing. View progress. Yeah, let's watch it. This is our only relief, watching the logs go. There it is. It's deployed, which means on this website right here, we should see a version number. Current deployed version 1.1. We got the boringest version number that we possibly could have gotten. But I'm glad I updated that manually, because we would have nothing otherwise. So, I mean, apparently we don't have those environment variables we were thinking about. Let's see how the API is looking on that endpoint. I am glad I added those fallbacks. 1.10, current time, 7:45:39. Lovely. Okay, let me read this. Oh, added through Heroku Labs. Oh, I have to do this thing. Yeah, okay, let's do this thing. Rascal's still up. I'm getting there. We're about to finish, you know? And so what we're working on is the quotes API. My quotes API. We did a bunch of stuff to it, but starting from the beginning, we have it in a way in which it now implements the OpenAPI specification, which what does that mean? It basically means you can use tools that also implement the OpenAPI specification with my API. One of them being the Swagger UI, which took 5 lines of code to add, gives me this cool dashboard that anyone can come to explore my API and interactively interact with it by just clicking buttons. So that's very cool. In addition, it allows other things that work with OpenAPI, including Postman. So you can you can just point to Postman. Where's my docs? Yeah, so you can Postman. When you open up Postman, you can just import, and you can point it to the URL of my API, and it can import all the routes and all that collections for you automatically. And it just makes it much easier to explore. In addition, since we had some DevOpsy folks come on by for that raid earlier, I threw some GitHub Actions on top of my test. which I also wrote. I also wrote tests for this, which was a beast because I was like, let's install Jest, and Jest was like, no. And I was like, install Istanbul, and Istanbul was like, no. So I was like, I'm no longer friends with y'all. Had to figure out my own way through Mocha and all that. Next project, OnlyFans Scraper. Ah, you mean Blip Scraper, right? Yeah. I mean, I'm sure, there are probably a dozen of those already exist out there and such. But yeah, we got the GitHub action, so whenever I push to main, it does an action where it runs my test. And if any of my tests fails, it fails. But when my tests succeed, it automatically pushes my code to another branch, which Heroku is always listening to. We also expanded on Wolf's database builder to make it more dynamic for any data structure type. So now that I've done this, do I have access to the cool stuff? I want to see the cool stuff. Metadata, next time I deploy the app. Heroku logs. After we deploy the app. Yeah. So it was 2 videos ago. But they made a database builder. So it was last Sunday, I believe. And then I was like, that's cool. It could totally be expanded just like a little bit. So that's what I also did today. Somewhere around here. I forked their version of it. Where is it? It's a fork, so it's not showing up here. There you go, database builder. So their version isn't deployed because you're meant to like clone it locally, but I got mine deployed. So what you do is you come here and you can yeah, for sure. So you can come here and access your database, put all your credentials here, and you can perform creates, updates, deletes, reads. You can even do bulk creates by passing an array in here, so you can create multiple objects. You can do some copying and pasting, which is like copying and pasting support, and the responses all end up over here. Now I haven't entered my credentials, so you're just gonna see failures. Man, why is that doing that? Oh, because that's broken. That's an interesting bug. Ones that don't matter are broken. Oh, there you go. See, when you don't have the correct stuff, it's like, I can't find what you're pointing at. But yeah, it's a pretty cool project that they made. Then I expanded with that little front end bit. Let's see what we have here. So I enabled the lab. I have to scale my Heroku up and down now. Basically turn it on and back off to make it wake up. I have to log back in. Thank goodness I don't. So all I do is scale it down and scale it up, and I hope it's all only a scale down and up. Resources. Here we go. Scale down. Scale up. Which means it should have the cool version number. No. And I do have to make a full deploy. Next time you deploy your app. Could we delete a bunch of data from it? So you can't delete a bunch of data from my database, the quotes one, because y'all ain't got the credentials to that. But if you do like enter a database, the correct credentials in that thing, yeah, you can delete stuff from there. It's you basically enter what filter you want to delete stuff. Like if you want to delete everything, you leave it empty. Otherwise, you fill it in. I will be eventually making the quotes API to with the full CRUD functionality, but that'll be less of a y'all can use in more of an admin dashboard, so I can easily add more shows kind of simply. And of course, y'all want to make your own copies of it. You can all expand it to make your own deployments to make your own shows, additions too. It's Heroku. So here's the one thing, I gotta drag this off because environment variables. How do we view them? Right, okay, here's a Heroku config get. Okay, I don't know how the syntax is. But we literally only have the MongoDB thing on there. Okay, so let's run this command with the other half. Maybe that's what we're gonna do. Okay, I think I'm just gonna clear and do a literal redeploy. If that ain't gonna work, then we got as far as we wanted to. Deploy. Do another deploy. Is it done? I wasn't paying attention. Successfully deployed. There it is. Okay, so we had to specifically run a command. Oh, where is my terminal? Where is my terminal? Okay, we had to run this command. So running this alone was not enough. I also needed to give it an app name with -a and then my app name. Doing that enabled the cool thing with the actual all those Heroku environment lab variables, which we can all now see exactly when this was deployed. I could do some cool thing of like deployed X seconds ago, but I've done enough, I'd say. So yeah, folks, I do say this will be the end-ish of the stream. Y'all know any other folks would like to raid, feel free to suggest them, because my list of folks is basically empty. Everyone's gone to sleep like reasonable people. Again, appreciate everyone who came on by, all the raids and such. Marjana, Aaron, everyone else who came by. Shorten that code. Should I just delete it? There's no code to shorten. There is no code left. Yeah, let's check out. Yeah, same. Okay, I guess we're just gonna check out software and game development and just see how lucky we get. Rust, NeoVim looking for bugs. Dabs in Python. Hey, y'all got any ideas? Plugins for Minecraft. Oh, that's pretty fun. Man, these hours, very interesting. Oh, what, you want me to throw a dart at the board, Raja G? Man, I am tired. I saw OpenAPIs and I was like, oh, that's so topical. We should braid them. Hey, Gyros Glider, raid them. Okay, let's go check them out. I have a search box. Gyros Glider. I'm going to say their name wrong 5 times. Do not worry. Building a compiler to generate web service RPC proxy stub code. Ooh, fancy. Okay, I'm not showing you the ad. I don't have to watch the ad. I mean, I have to watch the ad. Y'all don't have to. it done yet? I ain't done yet. Sunday 7 a.m. stream. I wonder what time zone that would be. Too tired to think of it. Ooh, fancy editor. Fancy. Yeah, sure thing, King. If no one else got a better suggestion, we will go ahead and raid Gyros. Oh, where'd I click? Gyros Gyre. Let me find the link. There we go. Feel free to show them a little bit of support. This seems like a very interesting project. Web service RPC proxy stub code. Very fancy sounding stuff. Way out of my field, so hope y'all can keep along. Again, thanks everyone for coming on by. Hope y'all have had a good time, learned a little bit, had some fun either way. And I will catch you at least next week, maybe sometime during the week. Bye. He is good? Okay, King. If he ain't good, we all know who to point to. Nah, I'm sure he's good. For building a compiler to do this, you gotta be good just to know half those words, you know? Hey, of course, Neptune. Yeah, you have a good one too. Nuh-uh.